Good morning. So let us review what we learned last class, and then we will discuss the Greeks today. So as I discussed last class, there are three major principles to geopolitics. And once you master an understanding of these three principles, then you will see the world much more clearly, okay? The first idea is that the competition within states is greater than the competition between or amongst states, okay? And this is the idea of elite overproduction. So the historian Peter Turchin, he looked at the fall of the Roman Republic, the French Revolution. He looked at many seminal events in human history. And he discovered that what drives crisis is the fact that you have too many elite competing for limited positions of status and power. Okay, and that's what drives a lot of conflict within the nation state. Another way of framing this is that the conflict in states is not between rich and poor, but between the have a lot and have some but want more, okay? So usually between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. And we see this throughout human history. So next class we will discuss the Rome, okay? And we'll discuss that, and we will understand that a lot of conflict was between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. So Julius Caesar did what he did because he was of the lower nobility and was trying to reach the upper nobility, okay? So this is the first principle that you need to understand, that what drives a lot of conflict is elite overproduction, okay? That's number one. Number two is the elite has no loyalty. Okay? This is really important principle to understand. The elite don't have loyalty to their people or to their state or even to their families. They will do whatever is necessary for them to accumulate power, okay? And this idea of Game of Thrones, right? So I'm not sure if you've seen the television show or read the book series Game of Thrones, but the world is Game of Thrones. And these people who love power, they will kill their parents, they will kill their brothers, they will kill their own children in order to amass power for themselves. Okay? So the Game of Thrones is a very nasty affair. The third thing is that war is often about maintaining that status quo, okay, or the idea of equilibrium. If you look at World War I, tens of millions of people died, okay? And you cannot possibly understand what happened, or you have problems explaining what happened because the military strategy in World War I was so idiotic, right? You just threw millions of people at each other. But if you understood that war is really about maintaining the status quo, that maybe you have excess population of males, and if you don't get rid of them, then they will engage in violent revolution, okay? If you understand that war is really about maintaining the status quo, then World War I makes a lot more sense. Okay? So these are three major ideas that I want you to understand. And once you understand these three ideas, it's a lot easier for you to understand the movement of history. Okay? So we will use an example from Chinese history. So you have a clear understanding of how this works. Okay? So let's talk about the Warring States period. This is something that hopefully you all know really well, okay? So during the Warring States period, you had lots of really powerful states. Okay, you had the Zhao, you had the Wei, you had the Chu, okay? And at this point in history, you could believe that any one of the three would become the empire. They would unite the entire Middle Kingdom because they had access to rivers, so it's easy for them to transport soldiers and the goods. They had a large population, and they were on fertile ground, okay? And then over here is this poor, backward, and isolated people called the Qing. And these were barbarians, okay? So how was it possible for the Qing, who are these barbarians, not very advanced, very poor, limited population, to eventually conquer all of China, okay? Well, once you understand these three principles, we can now explain it. Because what's happening is that the Zhao, the Wei, and the Chu are pretty stable states, okay? And so their major problem is elite overproduction, the conflict between the upper nobility and the lower nobility. And the way that we resolve the issue is by waging war against each other. But waging war against each other not to conquer each other, but in order to reduce the domestic conflict within their nation states. And as such, war became a ritual in which it was like a chess game, okay? The point was not to destroy each other, the point was just to maintain equilibrium, maintain the status quo. And as a result, these states became stable, but another word for stable is stagnant. And now what's happening is, first of all, the Qing is being recruited into the wars because the Qing is poor, therefore they can provide mercenaries, okay? Once they do that, what happens is that these mercenaries learn all the innovations of the Zhao, Wei, and Chu in terms of military strategy, okay? So you have this massive infusion of innovation into the Qing, all right? So the Qing is being energized. We call this energy, right? Innovation energy and ideas. But not only that, but you have talented people of the lower nobility, right? They want to become officials. They want to become generals. But there's opportunities for them. So where do they go, guys? They go to the Qing, okay? Now you have people coming in as well. And now what's happening is that the Qing has this massive infusion of energy, innovation, talent. And so now they can just bulldoze everyone. Okay? And now you're like, wait a minute here. Surely the Zhao, the Wei, and the Chu recognize the danger of the Qing, and they will respond by uniting together and then destroy the Qing, okay? That never happens. Why? The reason why is that once you enter an equilibrium, you understand the world through this equilibrium. So in their perspective, the Qing become stronger, but that's okay because all we'll do is we'll just bribe them. Or we will have them become part of this system. Why would they want to take us over? Why can't we just live happily ever after? Okay? So it is impossible for the Zhao, the Wei, the Chu to imagine that the Qing would one day overtake them. Okay? Another way of saying this is that once you reach an equilibrium, the people inside the equilibrium become lazy, stupid, and arrogant. Okay? And that's why the Qing is easily able to destroy all three together. In fact, the lower nobility in all three states probably supported the takeover, right? Because now they have opportunities to rise within their societies. Okay? And that's the pattern of human history. And we see this over and over. All right, so now let's move on to the West, okay? Yeah.
So the equilibrium means that the war made the status competition within the countries more stable?
Yeah, equilibrium just means they've reached a balance point, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and things are just staying the same.
Oh, okay.
And so people think that things will stay the same forever. So they can't imagine change happening.
Oh.
But the thing about human society is that things always change, okay? So remember the pattern of the warring states. Well, guess what? This repeats over and over. So let's look at Mesopotamia. So as we discussed about Mesopotamia, you have the first city, Uruk. And what they will do is that as they expand as a city, they will develop colonies along the Tigris and the Euphrates. And then these become warring states as well. And as we discussed, what will happen is that over time they will reach an equilibrium. Basically, a status quo or rules to make sure that the elite stay in power, okay? And one important rule that they have is we can go to war against each other, but we cannot destroy each other's temple. Why? Because the temple is the house of your patron god. If you kill the patron god, then the god will be very angry and will kill all of you, okay? So this creates an equilibrium because where do they put all their gold and wealth? The temple. So you can go and conquer people, but you can't touch their gold and their wealth, and therefore you cannot expand. Okay, so this creates the idea of equilibrium. But as I discussed, what happened is that because of the equilibrium, energy will flow into a poor isolated area called Uma. And from Uma were a merchant named Lugazagi, who's like, you know what, screw this system, I'm going to go for it all, okay? So he dares destroy a temple. And before, this was unimaginable. Because if you destroy a temple, the gods can come and from heavens and destroy you, right? That didn't happen. But now, Lugazagi has destroyed the equilibrium, and now he has access to wealth. And so he's very quickly able to overwhelm the other city-states. At this time, the other city-states call for help from mercenaries, the Akkadians, who will come and conquer the entire region, okay? And establish an empire called the Akkadian Empire, led by Sargon. But now that they are an empire, they will now also reach an equilibrium. And this talent will flow somewhere else to energize another region, okay? So now what will happen is that the Babylonians will come. The Assyrians will come. Eventually, from the Zagros Mountains, a new people called the Persians. Remember, the Persians have a religion called Zoroastrianism, will come and conquer all this area. And then they will expand outwards and conquer both Anatolia and Egypt. Okay? And at this point in history, now there's a new border area called the Greeks. Okay? The Athenians, Athens and Sparta. And Athens and Sparta, the Greeks, encounter Persia because they will send in mercenaries to help Persia, and these mercenaries will learn Persian war tactics and bring them back to Greece. But not only that, but with an empire, the Greeks have an opportunity to get wealthy. How? Through piracy, right? Piracy. And then this will force the Persians now to invade the Greek mainland to stop this piracy. Okay, again, this is a pattern throughout history. The margins will get wealthy by committing piracy because why not, right? Okay? And so now the empire is forced to go invade Greece, and guess what? They lose. This is unimaginable. How is that possible that some barbarians, the Greeks, are able to defeat a vast empire, the world's largest empire, the first great world empire called the Persians? Well, this happens all the time, okay? Why? Well, the pattern is this. Okay, so let's look at empire. Let's look at borderlands. Okay, borderlands are just, the barbarians. All right, the empire has three major advantages: mass, organization, and depth. Okay, and what this means is that empire just has a lot of people. It has a centralized bureaucracy, so the centralized bureaucracy is able to conscript these individuals. And it doesn't matter if they lose a lot of battles, they can keep on throwing soldiers at the enemy, okay? But the borderlands have three advantages that counteract these three other advantages, okay? Then they are energy, openness, and cohesion, okay? Meaning that the people work really hard, they're not afraid to die, they're open, so they want to learn from other people, and they are united as a people. And this defeats an empire because an empire, the people are not that energetic. Most of them are slaves, actually. The empire is a bureaucracy, so it's very stagnant, it's very insular, it's close-minded. And an empire is not united, it's often divided, okay? And that's why throughout human history, the Borans are able to conquer the empire, okay? So, so the Persians invade Greece, they get defeated, and now Greece becomes the center of the world, or a major power, okay? So let's now discuss Greece. Okay, so in Greece, remember that we discussed Greece before, when we said that Greece becomes the center of innovation in the world because of three factors. The first is Homer, who is probably the greatest poet-prophet in human history, okay? We read the Iliad together. He also wrote the Odyssey. And these are the two founding texts of Greek civilization. The alphabet, right? They're now able to, using the alphabet, write down all their thoughts and quickly transmit their thoughts throughout time and space. The last, of course, is the polis. Okay? The polis is their system of government, where all the citizens are involved in politics. And the polis, there's like thousands of them, and they're often small, like maybe 1,000, 10,000 people. But the two major polises are Athens and Sparta. And Athens and Sparta are both Greek, but they're different societies. In fact, they're nothing alike. Okay, so let's go over why. Well, first of all, Sparta is on flat land, the Peloponnese. And if you're on flat land, you can use agriculture. But to use agriculture, you need slaves. Okay? So Sparta became a war society that conquered the surrounding people and turned them into slaves, called helots. So these helots were serfs, slaves, who farmed. And so Sparta became a war society based on military dominance. The entire society was centered around how to take young boys, turn them into great warriors, so that they could defend their land. Okay? The Spartans were also very conservative. Why? Because your concern is to maintain control over the helots. If you went over to conquer other places, the helots could rebel against you. Okay? And so, if you want to know what this place is like, think China. Okay? So this is very similar to China. And as a result of this system, Sparta was an oligarchy, meaning ruled by the few. So only Spartans who were born to both a Spartan father and a mother were citizens. Everyone else was not a citizen. So even your father was Spartan, but your mother was not Spartan, you were not a citizen. Okay, so there's a massive class hierarchy in Sparta, and the reason why is, for them, the priority was to maintain the status quo, okay? The Athenians are different people. The Athenians don't have good farmland, but they have a good harbor, okay? So, and the territory around them, it's mountainous. So they can't really grow crops, but they are able to grow a crop called olives, okay? So they have a lot of olive trees. And so what happens is, the Athenians have no choice but to be expansionists, okay? So they develop a really strong navy, and they focus on trade and piracy. And that's how they sustain themselves over time. So whereas the Spartans are conservative, the Athenians are both open and expansionist. And also, what's really important to understand is that if you're a navy, you have to be a democracy. The rule in Greece is that if you fight for us, you can vote. You can speak in public. You can participate in politics. Now, Sparta was a land army with hoplites. Hoplites are elite soldiers. And as a result, they were an oligarchy, okay? Because only a few of them fought. But Athens was a democracy because it had a navy. In a navy, everyone could row, okay? To be hoplite, you had to buy weaponry, you had to train for like decades. But the Athenians had a navy where anyone could just row, okay? And so they were a democracy, all right? And so over time, because Athens is a democracy that's expanding, Sparta is a land power. Athens will start to increase in power. Sparta will decrease in power. And eventually these two will come in conflict with each other, okay? It's something called the Peloponnesian War. Eventually, this gives rise to Thebes. And eventually, over time, these three states, Athens, Thebes, and Sparta, will reach an equilibrium, okay? So similar to the warring states, where they intermarry each other, and they use war as a way to resolve their domestic tensions, as opposed to try to conquer each other. And this gives opportunity for a new power to arise that was previously thought of as backward, poor, and isolated. And this power is called Macedonia. So, what Macedonia is going to do is, they're going to take all the major military innovations of Sparta, Thebes, and Athens to create the world's most powerful army, okay? And what else they're going to do is they're going to recruit a lot of talent from these places. And then what's going to happen is that Macedonia is going to come and conquer the entire Greek mainland. The Macedonians will be the first to unite Greece. Okay? Now, Who's doing all this? His name is Philip II. Okay? Philip II is probably the greatest military genius, one of the greatest military geniuses in human history. But we don't remember him because he has a son who's actually more famous than he is. And his name is who? Alexander the Great. Why is Alexander the Great more famous? Because Alexander the Great will take everything that Philip II built and he will use it to conquer Persia. Okay? And then what will happen is that as the system reaches another equilibrium, a new power will rise that will overthrow this entire system. And this power is called Rome, okay? Which we will discuss next class, okay? So you see how this pattern works, right? It's a consistent pattern throughout human history. All right? Okay. So what will happen is that Alexander the Great will conquer the Persian Empire. All right? What's the Persian Empire? Egypt, Anatolia, the Levant, Mesopotamia. This is Persia. Okay? So this is like the entire world. And like this small army, okay, it's not even the entire Greek army. It's basically the Macedonians only. This small army, the Macedonians, they're able to come and they're able to conquer all of it, okay? And the question then is how? Well, the same reason why the Qing was able to conquer the Zhao, the Wei, and the Chu, right? Because of elite competition, elite overproduction within these areas, because the elites have no loyalty, so a lot of these elites were switching sides over time. So what probably happened was that these certain elites invited Alexander to come over, and then they switched sides. So he was very quickly able to bulldoze. Also remember that when you reach an equilibrium, you become lazy, stupid, and arrogant, right? So this guy, Darius, he is now the king of kings, okay? He's leading the Persians. And he always believed that at some point, Alexander would stop, okay? He'd be like, you know what, you have Egypt, you have the Levant, you have Anatolia, you have parts of Mesopotamia. You know what I'll do? I'll give you all this territory, plus I'll give you half my treasury. So Darius thought he could just bribe Alexander. And his father, Philip II, would have been like, that's a great deal, I'm happy, sure. But Alexander was not like that, okay? Alexander is considered himself the son of God. And you will discover that all these great conquerors believe that they are divinity, that they are a son of God and they came on earth in order to unify the world. Okay? Genghis Khan was like this, Julius Caesar was like this, Napoleon was like this. All these great conquerors are unlimited. Like their appetite for conquest is insatiable. So, and this was unimaginable for these people. Like, we're giving you like all the money in the world. And Alexander's, that's not enough, okay? We'll give you the entire world. That's not enough, man. I want it all. So he kept on going. And he killed and then Darius died, and he conquered the entire Persian Empire. The problem, though, is that Alexander was being co-opted by the Persian elite. Remember, it was part of the Persian elite that invited Alexander to come over, and a lot of the Persian elite were switching sides. So Alexander was incorporating more and more of the Persian elite into his army as well as into his administration. And so his Macedonian army is not happy about this. So they get together and they assassinate him, okay? And now the world is divided among his generals, okay? And this creates what we call the Hellenistic Age. Okay? The world of the Greeks. And what is special about this world is now all three major cultures that came after the collapse of the Bronze Age, the Jews, the Greeks, and the Persians, come together in what we call syncretism. Syncretism just means a combining of religions to create the basis for Western civilization, okay? The syncretism will also give birth to a new religion that forever changes the world, and it is called Christianity. Okay? So Christianity comes from a merger of these three major worldviews. Okay? Now, once the Greeks conquered the world, they have a problem, which is there's not that many of them. Okay? So how do they control the world? Well, they control the world through religion, through culture. So what they will do is a man named Aristotle, who is Macedonian, and like this is something that you do not learn in history class, and it is such an important fact, okay? But the important fact is this: Philip II, the man who conquered Greece, and Aristotle, considered one of the most famous philosophers in human history, they were childhood best friends, okay? They grew up together, and it's something that you will never ever learn in school, okay? But it's a very important fact that you need to understand. So another way of saying this is that the Macedonians had a plan to conquer the world for a long, long time. So what would happen is that Philip II would go to Greece to learn all the military innovations, but Aristotle would go to learn all the intellectual innovations of Greece. So his teacher was Plato, okay? So he learned from Plato at the academy. And what Aristotle will do is he will take Greek knowledge and will systemize it into a knowledge of empire, okay? So what do I mean by that? All right, so we discussed Plato. We discussed how, for Plato, what matters is the spirit, the mind, okay, the soul, the immaterial. So this is the good, or the God, the good. And the good emanates and creates the shadow world, which is the world that we live in. But our goal in life is to return to the good by seeking knowledge, by learning truth, by learning something called sacred geometry. So for Plato, sacred geometry are these shapes that underpin reality, okay? So once you're able to master sacred geometry, you're able to master the fabric of the universe. And so that's what Plato taught. Now, if you're an empire, you don't want this crap, okay? Why? Because as an empire, you want to maximize the energy of each individual. You want the person to work as hard as possible to make as much money as possible, because that energy then can be sucked up by the empire, okay? If you're just sitting around reading books, we don't want that crap, okay? So now what Aristotle has to do is create a new philosophy that counters Plato. Actually, Aristotle probably didn't create this. He probably stole it from someone else. Okay? But the philosophy is very simple. For Aristotle, he doesn't talk about the spirit world. He only talks about the material world. Okay? For Aristotle, what makes the world move is cause and effect. So I push you, you move forward, you bump into someone else, and that person bumps into someone else. Okay? Cause and effect. Now, this theory implies that there must have been a god called a prime mover. Okay? Because someone must have been the first to move things. And that person must have been God, okay? But what's important about in this idea is the prime mover doesn't matter, because if the prime mover is the first to move, we don't have to worry about him anymore, okay? All we have to worry about is the goal, the end, okay? We don't have to worry about the beginning, we have to worry about the end. What is the end? The end is something called telos. Telos, okay? Purpose, okay? And what this means is that we're all here to achieve our purpose in life. Okay, so you are students. What's your purpose? To learn. So if you learn, you become a good student because you're fulfilling your purpose. I'm a teacher. My purpose is to teach as well as I can. Okay, so work hard and produce energy for the empire. Okay, so this is the Aristotle idea, and this is important. Because this conflict between Plato and Aristotle is really the underlying conflict in all of Western philosophy. Okay, we'll see this all the time. We will see this emerge in Europe, and so Plato becomes what we call the rationalist. So Descartes, and Aristotle becomes what we call the empiricist. Okay, so please remember this conflict, empiricist. All right. Plato believes in mind over matter. Aristotle says mind doesn't matter, let's focus on matter. Okay, that's all that matters. I don't know mind. Let's just focus on matter. Okay? And the British Empire will adopt this idea. In fact, all empires will adopt this idea, including the American Empire. All right? Okay? Any questions before we go to the PowerPoint? Okay, this is all clear, okay? All right, so let's go to the PowerPoint. The Greek legacy. Okay. All right, so as I discussed, the geography of Greece is really important. So Greece is a very poor place that is mountainous and hilly. So it's almost impossible for an empire to develop in Greece because there's not enough wealth, there's not enough resources to support an empire. So during this time, there are thousands of polises that are in conflict with each other, and this allows for massive innovation. What's also important about Greece is that it is by the sea, which allows Greece to access different parts of the world, okay? If you cross the Aegean, you get into Persia, which is the wealthiest part of the world. The Mediterranean gives you access to Egypt as well as to Northern Africa as well, okay? So Greece really benefited from this geography. That's why Greece was so innovative, because you can actually steal knowledge from Egypt. It's still a lot of knowledge from Egypt, okay? It's something that is not really knowledge, but you can see how close Egypt is, okay? So the Greeks stole a lot of knowledge from Egypt and from Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and Persia. But they can also steal knowledge from Northern Europe as well, okay? So remember that the two major city-states are Sparta and Athens. Thebes is the third major city-state. Macedonia is up here somewhere. Sorry, where's Macedonia? Around here somewhere, okay? And the thing about Macedonia is that throughout most of this history, it doesn't really matter. And throughout most of this history, it's actually a subject of Persia. It's a very mountainous area, and so it was poor, backward for the longest time, okay? Okay, so this is a map of Sparta. Now, Sparta becomes the military power of the Greeks because, as you can see, the Peloponnese, it's pretty flat, which allows for agriculture. With agriculture, you need slaves. So the Spartans had to go conquer the people and turn them into slaves called the Helots. And their main concern in life became, how do we keep the Helots under control? Because they're outnumbered 10 to 1. Okay? So the Helots were both the major resource of Sparta, but they were also the major danger to Sparta. And Sparta didn't really care about anyone else. So the Spartans were concerned first and foremost about how to turn their boys into warriors. And so the first thing they did that's most important is they took the children away at age 6 or 7 or 5, okay? Because remember, we discussed this previously. If you want people to be great warriors, you have to create anxiety in them, okay? If they are loving people, they don't want to kill the people. But if they are divorced from their parents, if they have conflict with their parents, if they don't really like life, they're really good at killing, okay? So these boys were taken away from parents at age 5 or 6, and then they were put with other boys where they were beat up every day. They were beat up every single day. When they were 14, 15, they had a mentor who was like maybe 30 years old, and they became lovers, okay? And that's how you build camaraderie, fraternity in the army. And then when 18, 19, then initiation ceremony where at night they would hide in the fields and wait for a helot, a slave, to break curfew, okay? If you stay outside beyond sun set, then you broke the law. And so what these soldiers would do is they would hide, wait for a helot to break curfew, and then go and slit the guy's throat, okay? And that was basically the graduation ceremony for the Spartans. This is a brutal, brutal people. But guess what, guys? The Romans were the same thing. The Aztecs were the same thing. The Americans are the same thing, okay? All right. So what's important to understand is that at this time in history, the Greeks are developing massive innovation in military warfare because they're always at war with each other. And the major innovation is called the hoplites, okay? The hoplites is basically to create a wall together so you can bulldoze over your enemy. Also in this time in history, the Persians are developing horse archers. And this is a major military innovation for them. What's really important for us to understand is that these two innovations happen because of their distinct geography. You couldn't have horse archers in Greece because the land is too hilly, the land is too poor to support horse archery, okay? You couldn't have hoplites in Persia because the land is too wide, okay? So what this means is that, yes, Persia is the dominant empire in the world, but when they go to Greece to attack the Greeks, they cannot use their horse archers, which is their major military innovation. And as a result, the Greeks are able to use hoplites and bulldoze over the Persians. All right, so this is the Battle of Marathon, which is the first great military engagement between the Greeks and the Persians. The Greeks, again, the Athenians, especially the Athenians, they're going and causing a lot of problems for the Persians. They're committing piracy. They're also going around and encouraging Greeks under the Persian rule to not pay taxes. Greeks do not like to pay taxes. It's still true in today, okay? Greeks hate paying taxes. And so this is the first major military confrontation between the Athenians and the Persians, called the Battle of Marathon. And this is 490 BCE, and the Athenians won because, as I told you, the Persians use horse archers. They can't use horse archers in Greece. They're forced to use infantry. But when it comes to infantry versus infantry, the Greeks are the best at that. So avoid head-on collisions with the Greeks, okay? All right, so this will lead to a series of wars between Persia and Greece. And what will happen is that there will be two major invasions, and they will both fail, okay? The one that I'm most interested in is the purple, okay? And this is the last major invasion of the Persians into Greece. What will happen is that they will create this land bridge, okay, on the Bosphorus. They basically have ships. And it's a land bridge, and they will cross over, and this leads to the famous Battle of Thermopylae, okay? You may have seen the movie 300, where 300 Spartans stood against, like, you know, a lot of Persians. Well, the Persians eventually crush the Spartans, and what they will do is they will take Leonidas, who's the king of the Spartans, and they will cut off his head and put him on a pike, okay? And this is considered a major insult to the Greeks. Then what they will do is they will go to Athens, which is here, and they will burn down Athens. And at this point, the war should be over, right? But what happens is the Athenians are like, you know what? We're a polis. A polis is not a place, it's a people. So what we'll do is we'll get on our ships and sail off. And the Persians are like, you can't do that, man. And the Athenians are like, yeah, we can, man. So Athenians sail off, and the war continues, okay? Athens should have been destroyed, but it's not destroyed. And at this point, the Persians have won the war. And all the Persians have to do is stay where they are and lend their navy, okay? They have a massive navy, into Sparta. Because Sparta has a weakness, right? Sparta has helots. So all they do is land in Sparta, and the helots will rise up against Sparta, and the war's over. Game over, okay? The problem with empires is they're lazy, stupid, and arrogant, okay? So Xerxes, who's leading this invasion, he thinks that, you know what, this strategy of winning the war for attrition, it's not honorable. Because I want to go back and build a monument to myself, okay? So I want to face the Greeks in a major confrontation. And this confrontation is called the Battle of Salamis, okay? The Battle of Salamis. And where's Salamis? Yeah, right here, okay? And this is considered the greatest naval battle in human history because it forever changed the course of human history. Now, at this point, I keep on saying this, the war is over. You don't have to do anything. Just land troops into Sparta, the Peloponnese, and the Helots will rise up and destroy the Spartans, and the war's over. You've conquered all of Greece. Okay? Do not risk your navy in a military confrontation. So of course, the Persians decide we're going to risk our navy. And so this leads to the Battle of Salamis, which forever changed the course of human history. All right? So this is another map showing you what happens. Okay? And now we are in the Battle of Salamis. And we know about the Battle of Salamis because of a name named Herodotus. Herodotus, who wrote a book called Histories. And he's considered the father of history because he wrote the first historical work. What he did is he basically went around Greece and he collected memories of the Persian Wars a few decades after the fact, and he wrote it all down. Okay? If you read the histories, it's really funny, it's really interesting, but we have to take it with a grain of salt. Okay? So he writes about the Battle of Thermopylae. Okay? And again, at this point in his history, the war is over. You don't have to do anything. But again, Xerxes says, I want a monument, okay? I want to witness a great climatic battle between my navy and the Greek navy, okay? So he sends his navy into battle, and of course, they get destroyed because, again, it's really important, you don't fight the Greeks face on, okay? You don't do that because the Greeks are heavily armored and you're not. Okay, so this is a Greek trireme. Okay, so Greek trireme, the thing to recognize about is it's mainly soldiers. So they're really fast. They have some soldiers on top, marines on top. Okay, so they're really good at ramming you and destroying your ship. The leader of the Athenian navy, his name is Themistocles. And Themistocles is one of the greatest generals in Athenian history. He's actually the guy who proposed that Athens built a navy. Athens discovered a silver mine, and they used all the silver to build their navy to prepare for the Persian invasion. Okay, and it was Themistocles who led the Athenians against the Persians. Okay, and this is what the battle looks like. Okay, so you still have this massive Persian army converging against the Athenians. But again, guys, don't fight the Greeks head on. Okay, so they're like, we're gonna fight them head on. So you see this massive army converging against the Athenians. And now they're converging against each other, okay? And the Athenians destroy them, okay? Yeah, don't fight the Greeks head on. All right, and now the entire Persian navy is scattered. The war is over now. Because now the Persians have lost their navy, which means that they cannot resupply. They have no more mobility. And so what will happen next is that the Athenians destroy the Persian navy. What happened next is the Spartans want to destroy the remaining Persian forces in Greece. Okay? This is why you don't do... I can't, I'm sorry, it's just the dumbest thing I've ever seen, okay? They won the war and they screwed it up. Okay? Once you lose a navy, you can't resupply. Once you can't resupply, you've lost the war. All right? So this is from Herodotus. All right? So what's going to happen is the Battle of Salamis is lost. But the Persians still have this huge army in Greece. And so the the Persian king, Xerxes, he's like, I'm out of here, man. I came here to burn down Athens. I've done that. I'm going to go home now. And I'm going to let my general, Mardonius, take care of the Greeks. Okay? So Mardonius is like, I don't really want to fight these guys anymore. So Mardonius sends an envoy to the Athenians and said, you know what? The king of kings, Xerxes, says this. We're really sorry we burned down your city. Really sorry we burned down your temple. But we'll give you a lot of money. So please stop fighting us. Okay? And this is what the envoy says to the Athenians. Okay, can you read, please?
Why are you so mad as to levy war against the king? For neither can you get the better of him, nor can you resist him forever. You are acquainted with the multitude of Xerxes' army and their achievements. You have heard of the force that is even now with me, so that even if you should get the better of us and conquer, of which, however, you can have no hope if you think soberly, another much more numerous will come against you.
Okay, so this is the idea of empire, right? Just mass organization and death. We are infinite in our resources. We are infinite in our wealth. We can just throw army after army after army against you. Athenians, you're like this small little city, okay? Give up already. And the Athenians respond with this, okay?
We ourselves are aware of this, that the power of the Medes
is Persian, okay?
Medes is far greater than ours, so that there was no need to insult us with that. But nevertheless, being ardent for liberty, we will defend ourselves in such manner as we are able. But do not you attempt to persuade us to come to terms with a barbarian, for we will not be persuaded. Go then and tell Mardonius that the Athenians say, so long as the sun shall continue in the same course as now, we will never make terms with Xerxes. But we will go out to oppose him, trusting in the gods who fight for us, and in the heroes whose temples and images he, holding them in no reverence, has burned.
Okay, so these two passages show you the difference between empire and the borderlands, right? The empire is about mass organization, death. The borderlands, the Greeks, are about openness, energy, and cohesion, okay? The Athenians say to the Persians, we know you're bigger than us, we know you're stronger than us, but we believe in liberty. We believe in each other. We believe in our gods, and therefore we will fight you to the end, okay? All right, so what will happen is that now that Xerxes is gone, now that the navy is scattered, Mardonius is kind of screwed, okay? And so what happened is the Spartans face off against Mardonius in the Battle of Plataea, and they will destroy Mardonius. Mardonius is killed. And so one of the soldiers says to the king of the Spartans, Pausanias, your uncle Leonidas was killed by the Persians, and they put his head on a spike. Why don't you return the favor and put the head of Mardonius on a pike and show it to the world and show how great the Greeks are? And this is Pausanias' response to this, okay? Can you read?
Pausanias answered, I admire your good intentions and your foresight, but you have failed to form a right judgment, for having highly extolled me, my country, and my achievement. You have thrown all down against me to nothing by advising me to insult a dead body, and saying that if I do so I shall increase my fame, which is more fit for barbarians to do than Greeks, and which we abhor even in them. I cannot, therefore, in this matter please the Aeginetae, nor those to whom such things should be pleasing. It is sufficient for me to please the Spartans by doing and speaking what is right. As for Leonidas, whose death you exhort me to avenge, I affirm that he has been amply avenged. Both he and all the others who fell at Thermopylae have been avenged by the countlessness of these men. However, do not you hereafter come to me with such a proposal, nor give such advice, and be thankful that you escaped unpunished.
Okay, so what he's saying is that we won because the gods favor us. Why do the gods favor us? Because we are virtuous. Because we are loyal to the gods. We're loyal to ourselves. We are not the barbarians. We are not the Persians. We are the Spartans. Okay? So you can see at this time in history how for the Greeks what matters is their virtue, their faith, and their loyalty, okay? But guess what? This all changes when they become an empire, okay? So I want you guys to remember this. And what we're going to do now is we're going to compare and contrast this what happens when they become an empire, okay? Okay. All right. So the Persians are scattered, and they're never going to come back. And now it's the Athenian Empire. And so what the Athenians propose is, you know what? It's always possible that the Persians will want to return. So we need to set up an alliance to defend ourselves against the Persians. Okay, and they call it the Delian League. Why? Because they agree that they will pool the resources together as a defense fund against the Persians. So think of like NATO, okay? The North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And they agree that they will put all their gold in a place called Delos, okay? An island in Delos, somewhere. Yeah, it's somewhere. Yeah, it's right here. It's a small island in Delos, right here, okay? You guys see it? And so no one's allowed to touch this. So what happens is that the Athenians are like, you know what? It's probably safer with us. So the Athenians basically steal all this gold. And now the Delian League is no longer a alliance, but a empire, the Athenian Empire, where everyone now has to pay tribute to Athens. Okay? So all that's happened is, before these Greek city-states had to pay tribute to the Persians, and now they have to pay tribute to the Athenians. Okay? It's probably a worse deal for everyone. And what do the Athenians do with all this gold? They spend it on this, okay? It's called the Parthenon. It's still there in Athens if you want to go visit it. It's lost its former glory, okay? But this is what the Parthenon looked like during the age of Pericles, during the age of the Athenian Empire, okay? This is a statue of Athena. It's pure gold. They didn't have to do this, but they were like, you know what? We're going to enjoy our empire. And they built the Athenian statue, okay? And so at this time in history, Athens is beautiful, it's wealthy. And what that does is it makes you lazy, arrogant, and stupid, okay? All right, so this is Thucydides, and he wrote the Peloponnesian War. And he discusses why Athens went to war with Sparta. Okay, and what he says is, well, it's because Sparta is the hegemon and Athens is the rising power, and therefore they were bound to clash, okay? That's not what happened. Athens was the hegemon, Athens was the empire, and its allies were rebelling against it, and it dragged Sparta into the war, okay? That's what really happened. All right, so this is what the war looks like. The Athenians have their empire, the Spartans have their alliances, and what's going to happen is the allies are going to try to break out of the Athenian empire. Okay, and they're going to drag Sparta into the war. Sparta does not want to fight Athens, but Athens forces Sparta to fight it because Athens is very expansionist. Okay, so you can see how this red is now encroaching on the Peloponnese, which is historically Spartan territory, right? Now, the problem is that, remember, Sparta has a weakness, the Helots. If the Athenians ever choose to land forces on its coast, the Helots would all rise up together and overwhelm the Spartans. Okay? So Sparta must protect its periphery from Athenian encroachment. So this is what leads to the war. Okay? This doesn't make sense. Okay? Sparta does not want this war. The Athenians are extremely aggressive. They're expanding everywhere. And Sparta is forced into this war. And the allies use this opportunity in order to try to break out of the Athenian empire. And so most of the Peloponnesian War is actually between Athens and its former colonies and allies, okay? Because Athens is a mafia state. Now, what's important for us to understand is that because of the nature of this war, the way they fought the war was strange, okay? So Sparta is not trying to destroy Athens, and Athens is not trying to destroy Sparta. It's really easy for Athens to destroy Sparta, right? All Athens has to do is land forces in Sparta and let the Helots rise up. But Athens doesn't want to do that because it would destroy the equilibrium, okay? You don't know what would happen if the Helots were to take control of Sparta. They might come after you, Athens, okay? So Athens is status quo power, therefore it wants to maintain the equilibrium. Now, let me ask you this question. How could Sparta defeat Athens? Very easily, right? They could just free the Helots, right? Now their army rises 10 times. They can now overwhelm Athens. But Sparta doesn't want to do that because it would destroy their equilibrium, okay? It would destroy their social order. It would destroy their oligarchy. It would create a democracy, basically. And they don't want that, okay? So they're trying to fight the war in a way that allows them to maintain the equilibrium. And that's why the war is fought in a very strange way, okay? They're not trying to destroy each other. They're trying to maintain a balance of power. What happened is that Sparta will eventually defeat Athens. But it's just not to destroy Athens, because if you destroy Athens, then Thebes and other powers could arise, which could challenge Sparta, okay? All right? All right. So the leader of Athens at this time is Pericles. And Pericles is famous for the funeral oration, which is considered like the most famous speech in Western civilization. And I'm sorry, but in university, they will teach you that the funeral oration is a speech about democracy. It's not a speech about democracy if you actually read it. It's a speech about empire, okay? For whatever reason, the British and Americans believe that Athens was the greatest democracy in the world, and they can do no wrong. No. It's an empire, and it's concerned only with maintaining its empire, okay? So we're going to read from the funeral oration. And the thing to remember about the funeral oration is that Athens is not at war. Lots of Athenians are getting killed in this war. And the custom is for there to be a massive state funeral to celebrate the war dead, and to give a speech to commemorate the war dead, okay? So we can't read all the speech, but I want to show you a very important paragraph in the speech, okay? All right.
Comfort, therefore, not condolence,
Condolence.
Okay, is what I have to offer to the parents of the dead who may be here. Numberless are the chances to which, as they know, the life of man is subject. But fortunate indeed are they who draw for their lot of death, so glorious that which has caused your mourning. Yet you who are still of an age to beget children must bear up in the hope of having others in their stead. Not only will they help you to forget those whom you have lost, but will be to the state at once a reinforcement and a security. Okay,
so he's talking to these parents whose sons are now dead, okay? And remember, like during the Persian Wars, the Athenians were like, we're a virtuous people. We believe in liberty. We believe in our gods. We believe in each other, and that's why we'll win this war, okay? Now what Pericles is saying to these parents is, you know what, your sons were useless anyway, but now they died for empire, which is good, right? Now you can be proud of your sons who are worthless, but now that they died for empire, we can celebrate them. So what should you guys do? You should have more children so that you can protect the empire, okay? All right? That's what he's saying. He's also saying to the Athenians, listen, I know these men are dead and they have children, but don't worry, because what we're going to do is we will put these children into an orphanage and raise them to be soldiers so that they can go and fight for the empire and die like their fathers, okay? This is now empire, guys. All right, so this is the plague of Athens. So again, what Pericles should be doing is embarking on a massive war of expansion against Sparta, and Sparta would lose very quickly. Pericles doesn't do that because he doesn't want to fight the Spartans. If he defeats the Spartans, it creates an imbalance of power in the Greek mainland, okay? So what he does is he forces everyone to seek shelter within Athens, because remember, Sparta is a land power. He doesn't want to face Sparta on land. So he forces everyone to go into Athens and hide behind the city walls. Guess what happens if you put a lot of people in one place? You get the plague, guys. Okay? This kills a third of the Athenian population, including Pericles and his two sons. All right. So can you read this? So what's happening is that you have these different islands who are either rebelling against the Athenians or who say to the Athenians, we don't want to be part of this stupid war, okay? And the Athenians go to them and says, too bad, guys. Okay, keep on going.
Athenians, for ourselves we shall not trouble you with
specious
pretenses, either of how we have a right to our empire because we overthrew the Medes, or are now attacking you because of wrong that you have done us, and make a long speech which would not be believed, and in return we hope that you, instead of thinking to influence us by saying that you did not join the
Macedonians. These are the Spartans, okay?
Macedonians, although they're colonists, or that you have done us no wrong, will aim at what is feasible, holding in view the real sentiments of us both. Since you know as well as we do that right, as the world goes, is only in question between equals in power, while the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must.
Okay, so, the Persians, when they went to the Athenians, basically said, we are a vast empire, you can't defeat us, and let's just be friends. And now that the Athenians have defeated the Persians, now they're the empire, basically what they say to everyone else is, we're not going to bother trying to be your friends. We're not going to bother trying to convince you that we're right and you're wrong. We're just stronger than you, so shut up and obey, okay? This is the entire point of the Athenians. The Athenians are even worse than the Persians. Okay, remember, the Athenians fought the Persians for liberty. Once they become an empire, and others want liberty, too bad, because the Athenians are stronger. Might makes right, okay? All right, so this war will drag on, and because as an empire you become lazy, stupid, and arrogant, the Athenians will do stupid things, like go invade a people that are even not part of this war, okay? Sicily. So remember, the Athenians, it's a mafia state. What they do is they collect tribute from the allies. But as this war is dragging on, they need more and more money, so they decide to go conquer more and more people. So they decide, let's go conquer Sicily, because it's very wealthy. They send a massive expedition against Sicily. They lose, and they drag Syracuse, which has a navy, into the war. Now, Sparta, Syracuse combined against the Athenians, and the Persians come in as well, okay? And the allies turn against Athens. And what they will do is they will blockade Athens from Thrace, which is where Athens gets most of its wheat, okay? So now Athens is going to starve, so Athens surrenders, and this ends the Peloponnesian War. And this time, remember, the Spartans could choose to destroy Athens. They don't choose to because they're not interested in winning the war. They're only interested in maintaining the status quo, equilibrium, okay? And of course, this gives rise to Macedonia, okay? Now, remember, this is really important. Philip II, what he will do is he will go into the Greek mainland and learn all the major innovations of the Thebans, the Athenians, and the Spartans. And he will create something called the Macedonian phalanx, which becomes the most dominant military force in history at this point. He has a childhood best friend, Aristotle, who will go to Athens and learn from Plato, and he will systemize all Greek knowledge so that he can take this knowledge and turn it into a tool of empire, okay? Okay, so Philip II will focus on military conquest of the world, but Aristotle will focus on cultural imperialism. Okay? All right, so what makes Philip II such a genius is to understand, listen, the Persians have their horse archers, the Athenians and the Spartans have their hoplites. Okay, I'm sorry. But what I can do is I can take all these major innovations together and combine them into one military package. And that allows me for coordination, okay? So I can have flexibility and mobility in my army. The problem, though, is that for that to happen, you need to make sure that every soldier is highly motivated, that every soldier wants to fight. Now, traditionally, if you have an army, different sections of your army get special privileges, okay? Usually the cavalry, because these are aristocrats, they get all the privileges and everyone else, their life sucks. But what Philip II understood is like, no. I need to make sure that everyone is happy. So he focused on increasing the morale of his soldiers. And it's very easy, guys, okay? All you need to do is be meritocratic. If a soldier is doing a good job, you promote him. If a soldier is doing a bad job, you demote him. And you think that's easy, but it's not, because what it means is you have to overturn the social hierarchy, okay? Because the aristocrats are just used to like doing whatever they want. But Philip II was insistent, no. Every soldier will be treated fairly. This is going to be a meritocracy. And this is what allowed him to create the world's greatest army, okay? Now, once you have these different forces in place, you can now have major military innovation. And what is major military innovation was something called the anvil and hammer, okay? Basically what would happen is like your infantry will lock with the other infantry in place, okay? This is called the anvil. And then what will happen is your cavalry will sweep in from behind to smash the enemy cavalry. This is called the hammer. And this is what allowed Alexander the Great to conquer all of Persia. Because no other army had witnessed such powerful force, and you can't really possibly respond to it, okay? Once the infantry locks you in place, you can't escape. Then the cavalry comes in and smashes you apart, okay? The anvil and the hammer. So what will happen is that Philip II will go conquer Greece. Because remember, at this time, Greece are divided into city-states. They're all fighting each other. And they're not interested in actually conquering each other. They're just interested in maintaining equilibrium. So Philip II is like, you know what, screw the system. I'm going to come, break all the rules, and I'm going to conquer everyone. So this is the Battle of Chaeronea, which is where he defeats a combined force of the Thebans and the Athenians, and now he controls all of mainland Greece. And now he's ready to do what he really wants, which is to conquer Persia. Why? Because Persia is where the money is, right? Greece is poor. Persia is wealthy. Therefore, I'm going to take this army and go conquer Persia. So this is the year 336 when Philip II has conquered all of mainland Greece and he's now ready to invade Persia. In fact, he has also spies throughout Persia. He also has diplomats throughout Persia negotiating with the local elites. Okay, so he's now ready to go and conquer Persia. Unfortunately, he gets killed. Okay, so he goes to the wedding of his daughter, and his bodyguard kills him. And there's historical debate as to who killed this, but the answer is pretty simple. Okay, his wife, Olympias. Why would Olympias, who is the mother of Alexander the Great, kill her husband? It's really, really simple. If you're a king, you marry a lot of foreign women for alliances. Olympias is not Macedonian. And so there's a lot of people in the Macedonian court who dislike her. Alexander the Great is heir to the throne, but as a young man, he was notorious for being a thug. Okay, he's not like Philip II. Philip II is very deliberate, he's very strategic. Alexander the Great is basically a thug. So Philip II was worried about Alexander the Great. So later in his life, he married a Macedonian woman, and they had a son together. Okay, what this means now is that this son is now heir to the throne and not Alexander the Great. Olympias taught Alexander the Great from day one that you are special, Alexander. You are not the son of Philip II. You're the son of God. Son of God, okay? And so Olympias, when she felt that Philip II was about to steal the throne from Alexander, she had him killed. And we know because after Philip II was killed, who else did she kill? The wife, the new Macedonian wife, as well as the son, right? Okay. So this is a nasty person. Alexander the Great will take Philip's great army and he will go conquer Persia with it. Okay? And this is what his conquest path looks like. He will do this in like 10 years' time. He'll conquer like the entire world basically in 10 years' time. What's important is the way that he moves, okay? He moves really quickly with a small army, which tells us that he needed cooperation from local elites, okay? Remember, at this time in history, Persia has reached an equilibrium. It's stagnant. There's no innovation going on. There's a lot of competition between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, okay? So the lower nobility was probably helping Alexander conquer Persia. Two things I want to keep you to understand about this map. First of all is like the moment that Alexander reaches Persia, he goes to Troy. Why does he go to Troy? Because Achilles went to Troy. So Alexander saw himself as the new Achilles, okay? And in fact, he had memorized the Iliad, and he took the Iliad with him wherever he went, okay? So that's the first thing I want you to appreciate. Also, what he did during the war was he took one of his enemies, tied his enemy to the back of his chariot and rolled the guy around, okay? Just like Achilles did to Hector. The other thing that's really important, even more important, is like, you see what happened when he visits Egypt, okay? He conquers Egypt, and then he decides to go all the way over here to Ammon, okay? Why does he do that? Because there's an oracle at Ammon, and he spent a few days with this oracle, and this oracle told him his secret. The secret is this. You are not the son of Philip II. You're the son of God, who is Zeus Ammon, okay? So Zeus is the king of the gods in the Greek tradition. Ammon is king of the gods in the Egyptian tradition. So in other words, Alexander was born to rule the world. He was destined to conquer the world. And this explains why when he conquered most of Persia and Darius said to him, you know what? Here's $1 billion, go away. Alexander's like, no, screw you. I want all of this, okay? Not only that, but even after he conquered Persepolis, which is the capital of the Persian Empire, he kept on going to India, okay? The only reason why he stopped is his soldiers got sick of fighting. The other thing about Alexander that's really important is he was known for his atrocities. So he burned down the city of Thebes, and he burned down the city of Persepolis. Why would he do that? Well, if you understood that he saw himself as son of God, then it's possible, we'll never know, okay? It's possible like burning down Thebes and burning down Persepolis were ritual sacrifices necessary to prove that he was a son of God, okay? So yeah, he did a lot of like bad things, but there's really nothing random about what he did. The things he did were for diplomatic, military purposes. Okay. All right. So this is a map of his conquest. Okay. This is the burning of Persepolis. You can actually still visit Persepolis today in Iran. Okay. What he was doing while his conquest was that he was slowly killing off his father's most loyal men. So Parmenion, who was Philip II's top general, Alexander killed. And then Clytus, who was also not top general, he killed as well. Okay? Now, historically, we remember these events as random acts of violence, but they're not. Okay? Alexander slowly needed to kill off his father's men so that he could create his own empire. Okay? And so what happened was that eventually the other generals were like, you know, eventually Alexander's going to kill us as well. So they conspired and poisoned him. And now what they will do is they will fight amongst themselves and create the Greek world, okay? It's divided into 4 major parts. And the 4 major parts are Ptolemy takes Egypt, which is the wealthiest part of the empire. Then you have Macedon. Then you have Anatolia, and then you have the Seleucid Empire, okay? All right? So the problem, though, is like once you conquer most of the world, you have to rule over the world. And there aren't that many Greeks. So what they will do is they will build Greek cities to settle their veterans and invite more Greeks to come help them govern the empire. But they also need to recruit bureaucrats, okay? So they recruit these Persian bureaucrats because they're very effective, but they also recruit Jews as well into the empire, okay? Because Jews are a foreign people, okay? Because remember, because these people, the Greeks, need to control and manage their empire, okay? All right, so what I want you to focus now is on Egypt, okay? Because historically, Egypt was the center of the world. It was the cultural capital of the world, and Egypt help give science and math to Greece, okay? Now the Greeks are like controlling Egypt, and the Egyptians are like, wait a minute here, you guys were barbarians, now you're controlling us? Why is this happening? So now the Greeks need to explain what's happening, and so what they do is they create cultural imperialism, all right? Okay, this is the Greek world. So they're building Greek cities all around the world. And these cities are very similar. There's an amphitheater. Sorry, this is a better map. Okay, this is Pergamon. Okay, so you can see what it looks like. You have an amphitheater, which is where they stage Greek theater. You have a gymnasium. You have an agora. Like if you go to these cities, they're all very similar to each other. Okay, and this is Greek art, which takes over the world as well. All right, this is Ptolemy II. And he and his father, Ptolemy I, they will create something called the Library of Alexandria. Okay? The Library of Alexandria, what it will do is it will take all the Greek knowledge in the world and it will systemize it and standardize it as textbooks to be taught throughout the world, okay? So this is really a university. To show you how wealthy the Egyptians are, when they built the Library of Alexandria, they needed original manuscripts. And so they said to the Athenians, hey, can we borrow some original plays? And the Greeks are like, no, you can't, because we really love our Euripides and our Aeschylus and Sophocles. You can't just take this stuff. This stuff is priceless. And the Egyptians said, you know what we'll do? We'll give you like $1 billion as a deposit. And the Athenians, well, that's a lot of money. Oh, sure, okay. All right, so the Athenians lend these scrolls to the Egyptians in Alexandria to copy. And then after some time, the Athenians said to Ptolemy, hey man, give us back the scrolls. And then Ptolemy's like, keep the money. That's how wealthy they were. They had all the money in the world. They didn't care. Keep the money. $10 million, keep the money, man. And the Athenians were pissed, okay? They were really, really pissed about this. Don't ever trust. Yeah. Anyway, this is the Library of Alexandria. It's part of something called the Museum, okay? So what's really important for us to understand is that a university is not really about education. It's not really about literacy, culture. It's really about a tool of empire to create a cultural understanding of the world that allows the empire to rule over people. Okay? So the Library the Library of Alexandria is an example of this because remember, the Greeks are ruling over the Egyptians. And the Egyptians are like, why are you ruling over us? And the Greeks are like, because we're culturally superior to you. And how do you prove it? By censoring Egyptian culture, okay? By downplaying Egyptian culture and by upplaying, by promoting Greek culture, okay? This is cultural imperialism. Now, this is really important. As part of the cultural imperialist project, the Egyptians, under Ptolemy, they also started to work with the Jews. Okay? Why? Because Egypt needed to control the Levant as well. Okay? Who's in the Levant? The Jews. The Jews are problematic because they were loyal to the Persian Empire. Okay? So how do you make them loyal to you? Well, you bribe them. How do you bribe them? By getting their priests, by saying to the priests, you know what? We love your tradition. We love your culture. Let us translate your Bible into Greek so that we can celebrate your Bible and spread it around the world. And this is what we call the Septuagint. The Septuagint, okay? It's really important in our history. And so the Jews were like, yeah, that's a great thing. But not only that, but because of the Library of Alexandria, a lot of Jews were going to Alexandria to help contribute to the scholarship there, okay? So eventually, a third of the people of Alexandria will become Jews, okay? But Jews are spreading throughout the Greek world. And so now what you're seeing is a massive syncretism between all three major religions, okay? The Greeks, the Jews, and the Persians. Because the Persians are administrators in this empire, the Greeks are ruling this empire, and the Jews are helping build this empire, okay? So this will merge all three major worldviews, and this will give us Christianity, okay? All right, so that is the Greek world, all right? Any questions? Was this clear? Okay, so what will happen is, like, next class, we'll discuss Rome, okay? Because Rome will now conquer this empire, and then this will allow for the rise of Christianity, and we will do this next week, okay? So everything was clear today, right? Okay. Today we do the Bible, the most influential book in human history. And we'll discuss why the Jewish people are so creative. Today, the most creative people in the world are Jews. In the past 20 years, there have been three extremely influential individuals: Karl Marx, Sigmund Freud, Albert Einstein. They're all Jews. So why are Jews so creative? And the answer is the Bible. Okay? So, let me provide some background as to how Israel, the nation of Israel, was first formed. So remember, the Bronze Age, the Middle East was the center of the world. Okay, so you had Egypt, then you had the Levant, up north is Anatolia, across the Aegean is Mycenaean Greece, and this is Mesopotamia. If you look at this map, the center of the world really is the Levant. And at this time in history, the Levant is really a colony of Egypt. Okay, this place is called Canaan. Now, the thing about the Egyptians is they didn't like to go outside of Egypt. So in order to control this colony, the Levant, which is strategically very important, they use Greek mercenaries, okay? Mercenaries from abroad. Many were Greek, but there are some other countries as well. Also at this time in history, there's a lot of religious strife in Egypt. And a lot of the priests who lost out in this struggle, they were exiled to the Levant, okay? So you also had some Egyptian priests in the Levant. You also had the hill people of Canaan, okay? Hill people. They lived in the hills, they farmed. You also had nomadic pastoralists, nomads, because this place was a center of trade. So you had bandits, you had people who traded, and you also had people who raised livestock. So another way of saying this is the Levant, it is a multicultural melting pot. Lots of different groups of people. And at this time in history, there's no concept of nation or race or ethnicity. It was very common for people to just intermix together. Okay? But then what happened, of course, was the Bronze Age collapse. And what that meant was that now you have this surge of refugees coming through from North Europe and from Western Europe and overwhelm the former empires, okay? So Macedonian Greece is destroyed. The Hittite Empire of Anatolia, it's destroyed. And the sea peoples are attacking Egypt. But Egypt is pretty strong, so it's able to resist the attack. And what the Egyptians say to the sea peoples is, listen, don't attack us, we'll send you somewhere else. We'll give you land somewhere else. And so they were put in the Levant, okay? And these people are called the Philistines, and they're in the Bible. The problem is that there's already people in the Levant, and so they are a threat. And so these people now, the mercenaries, the Egyptian priests, the hill people, the nomads, they're forced to come together as a new alliance to fend off against the Philistines. Okay? And this grouping of people will give us a new nation called Israel. And at first, they have to elect a king in order to unite them against the Philistines. And they elect a king called Saul. So Saul is the first king of Israel. He has a mercenary named David. And remember, what's very common in history is for mercenaries to rebel against their king and become a king himself. That's what David did. But now that David is now king, he has three major problems. The first problem is legitimacy. Why are you king? We elected Saul as king, but you stole the throne from him, so why are you king? So the first big problem that David faces is one of legitimacy. Second is the problem of unity. Because remember, Israel at this time, it's a diverse coalition. So how do you unite these people together? Okay? And the third problem is differentiation. Why are we different from the Egyptians, the Anatolians, the Mesopotamians, the Philistines? Okay? So to solve these three problems, what David did was three major innovations that would forever change human history. The first is introduction of a patron god named Yahweh. Okay, so what David says, like, Yahweh is our God. And our God is better than the other gods. Okay? So what the Bible's trying to do is trying to explain who Yahweh is and trying to explain to everyone that Yahweh is a better God, a superior God, than every other God that came before him. Okay? That's number one. Number two is the centralization of religion for a temple. So what David says is, okay, if Yahweh is our God and he's the best God, we need a house for him. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a temple in Jerusalem, and that's where he will live from now on. And by doing this, what David's really doing is centralizing the religion. When you do that, you give jobs to Egyptian priests, who will now be your main political ally. Okay? All right? And the third thing that he did, that's very important, of course, is sponsor, initiate the Bible. All right? Okay? So that's where the Bible comes from. The Bible comes from the fact that the Israelite people need to create mythology that explains why they are one family and why they're different from others and why they're actually better than other people. Okay? So what is amazing about the Bible is that it does succeed. It succeeds because of the great storytelling within the Bible. Okay? So this, in the beginning, we have the origins of Yahweh. And the Bible begins with Genesis. The first book of the Bible is called Genesis, which just means birth, or the beginning. Okay? And in the beginning, God creates the universe. And then he discovers that he's lonely. There's no one to talk to. It's not very interesting. So he creates man, Adam. But then he thinks that Adam might be lonely as well. So he creates Eve. Okay? And that's the beginning. So then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground. Okay? Dust. So man is made of dust. And breathed in his nostrils the breath of life. And then man became a living being. Okay? So God's essence is in Adam. And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Out of the ground the Lord God made to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So this is garden, paradise, called Eden. And man was created in order to farm it, to take care of it, okay? He's basically a servant, a slave. And in the center of the garden are two trees, the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. The tree of life, as you can imagine, grants immortality, right? The tree of the knowledge of good and evil grants the ability to learn. Okay, so let me explain. Let's imagine that there's this wall in front of me. Okay, so I walk, I hit the wall, it hurts, right? But I don't know that hurting is bad. So I keep on, I keep on hitting the wall and I keep on hurting myself, okay? Because I don't know what's good and what's bad. But now if I know what is good and what is bad, I know, okay, I should not hit the wall, okay? I now have the capacity to learn. And over a lifetime, I will learn a lot. This is the secret of creativity, right? What's really important about this idea is that you need to make a mistake for you to know what is good and evil. Okay, so that's why school is stupid. Because school, we tell you, there's a wall, don't touch it because you will hurt yourself. And you don't touch it, you don't hurt yourself, but you never learn for yourself. Because when you hit the wall, you now are able to reflect and understand how the world works. Okay? So the secret to creativity is trying for yourself and learning for yourself what is good and evil. And what this is also saying is that these two things together, creativity plus immortality, allows you to become God. Okay? Does that make sense? Because if you can live forever, but you're always learning, eventually you will absorb all the knowledge of the universe, which is what God is. Okay? God knows everything in the universe. And you can also argue that's why he created us. Because once you are perfection, once you learn everything, you're no longer capable of making mistakes, of learning for yourself. So what you do is you teach students, or you get students to learn for themselves, and that way your knowledge expands. Okay? So it's a really important idea is that man and woman were created to be part of the creative process. Okay? That's why God created us. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to till it and keep it. Okay? So again, the man now is basically a servant or slave. And the Lord God commanded the man, you may freely, okay, you can do whatever you want. Okay, this idea of free choice. So if you want people to be creative, you have to give people free choice. Okay? You have to give people the capacity to make mistakes for themselves. Otherwise, they'll never learn for themselves. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. From the day that you eat of it, you shall die. Okay? Now, what's amazing about the Bible is that it is poetry. Like all poetry, its meaning is very complicated. Okay, there's multiple layers to the meaning here. So, you shall die could mean, okay, the food is poisonous. Okay? Don't eat the apple. It's not the apple. Don't eat the fruit because you'll eat it. It'll be poisonous and then you'll die, okay? But it's also could be interpreted as a punishment, right? If you eat it, I will have to kill you. Okay? All right, so this is a very ambiguous story. And that's what makes the story so amazing, because it is uncertain to us what the true meaning of the Bible is, and therefore we have to keep on thinking about it, discussing it, and finding out for ourselves. And at different stages of our lives, our understanding may be different. Okay? What's also interesting is that God draws attention to one tree, but not the other. That's kind of weird, right? There are two trees, the tree of immortality and the tree of learning, but God only says, hey, there's a tree of learning, don't touch that. Which means now that our attention is now focused on this one tree, right? So think of a metaphor. Let's just say that we go to the amusement park, okay? You're my kids, and I say to you, you can ride any ride you want in this amusement park, but there's a ride called the Dragon Roller Coaster. Do not ride that, or you will die. What do?
Ride that.
You ride that stupid thing, okay? So it's a really strange setup where God knows everything, but he draws our attention to the one thing that he's afraid of, and it's almost like he's pushing us towards that tree, okay? Because again, if you talk to children, you will know that if you warn them not to do something, they'll go and do it, okay? So what's going on here? Well, again, the nature of God is up for debate. You can say that God is being truthful and literal and says that if you touch that tree, you will die, okay? So he's being dishonest, basically, okay? That's one possibility. Another possibility is that he's just stupid. He doesn't really understand how humans work. He created humans, but he doesn't really understand what it means to be a human. And he gave us free choice, so he doesn't really appreciate that we would disobey him, okay? That's another possibility. Now, another possibility, okay, which can also be true, is that it's all part of his plan, right? If he truly wants us to understand free choice, if he truly wants us to be creative, then he needs to allow us to make our own mistake. And so therefore, he's sort of like setting us up, okay? He's sort of like provoking us into making a mistake. All right? Does that make sense? So as you can see how it's only a few words, but it's so complex, and it's an entire universe onto itself. All right? Okay. All right. Now, this is a story of God creating woman, okay, Eve. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man. The man is lonely and he wants a female companion, okay? And he slept, then he took one of his ribs and closed up his place with flesh. The rib that the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. The man said, this at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. This one should be called woman, for out of man this one was taken. Okay? Now, you can make the argument that man is superior because man came first. But you could also make the argument that woman is superior because woman is made of higher quality. Woman is made of flesh, right? Man is made out of dust. So this is almost revolutionary, the conception, because you would think that in this world, men are at the top. But this Bible is telling us, no, women are made of higher quality material. They're made of actual flesh, right? And that's why we think that the person who wrote this was actually a woman. And as you read the Bible more and more, you will discover like this genius who wrote the Bible, who first wrote the Bible, was in fact a woman. And that's revolutionary, okay? All right, so therefore a man leaves his father and his mother and clings to his wife, and they become one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked and were not ashamed, okay? All right, let's continue. Now the serpent was more crafty than any other wild animal that the Lord had made. He said to the woman, did God say, you shall not eat from any tree in the garden? The woman said to the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees in the garden, but God said, you shall not eat of the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, nor shall you touch it, or you shall die. Okay, this is really strange, okay? Because what you will notice is that the serpent chooses to talk to the woman, but not to the man. Okay? And also, what's really interesting is that they're having a debate. But the serpent said to the woman, you will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you'll be like God, knowing good and evil. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that was a delight to the eyes, and that the tree was to be desired to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate, and she gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate. And then the eyes of both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made loins clothes for themselves. Okay, this is really interesting because the woman is making this decision by herself, right? The serpent says, hey, why don't you judge for yourself whether the fruit is good or not? The woman looks at the fruit and says, I judge for myself, it is good. Okay? This is revolutionary. Where the woman is making the decisions. You would think that once the serpent said this to her, she would go to her husband and say, hey, Adam, the serpent said this. What do you think? Okay? But the woman's like, no, I can see for myself what is true. And then, so she eats the fruit by herself, and then she tells her husband, eat the fruit as well. And the husband follows as well. So this tells us that the real hero of the story is actually the woman. Okay? Okay. Then they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden at the time of the evening breeze, and the man and his wife hid themselves in presence of the God among the trees of the garden. Okay? So they know they're in trouble. They know that God will discover that they ate from the fruit. They ate from the tree, and they're scared. Okay? And the Lord God called the man and said to him, where are you? He said, I heard the sound of you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. So he knows that being naked is wrong, okay? Being naked is bad. Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree of which I commanded you not to eat? The man said, the woman whom you gave to me with me, she gave me fruit from the tree, and I ate. Okay? So the man is blaming the woman. Okay? The man says, it's not my fault. I was just following her, okay? So again, the woman, what's amazing about this is the woman is the hero of the story. Then the Lord God said to the woman, what is it that you have done? The woman said, the serpent tricked me and I ate. Okay? All right. So at this point in the story, what can we expect? We can expect that God will have no choice but to kill Adam and Eve, right? Because God's words were, if you eat from that fruit, you will surely die. And so even though the fruit wasn't poisonous, God still has a duty to kill Adam and Eve. And if we were in the Iliad, okay, then surely Adam and Eve would have died. Because the gods in the Iliad, the Greek gods, most gods, are vengeful. They're wrathful, right? But not this God, okay? Yahweh is different. Okay, look, what happens next is the man named his wife Eve because she was the mother of all living, and the Lord God made garments of skins for the man and his wife and clothed them. Instead of being angry at Adam and Eve, he offers them a present. Okay? The question then is, why? Well, there are different possibilities, right? The first possibility is that God himself recognizes that I made a mistake here. I shouldn't have drawn attention to this fruit, right? Therefore, it's my fault. Therefore, this is a God that's capable of self-reflection and forgiveness. Okay, this is revolutionary, guys, okay? Because again, remember, gods at this time are vengeful, wrathful. You must obey them or they will strike you down. But this God is different. This God is like, listen, you should not have eaten that fruit, but it was my fault as well. So I forgive you. He's capable of self-reflection, okay? Another possibility is, again, this is what God wanted all along. Okay? And we know this because the man named his wife Eve. So the man honors his wife, okay, with a name. And it's the mother of all living. Okay? You are the true goddess. Okay? So what happens next is God's like, okay, well, you still disobey me, so I will have to punish you now. Okay? So what he does is he punishes the man by making him now have to toil for food. Okay? He has to be a farmer. He punishes the woman by making childbirth painful. He punishes the serpent by making him slither on the ground. Okay? So this is all good, right? But now what God does is this. He actually throws the Adam and Eve out of the garden, okay? Okay? So why? The Lord God said, see, the man has become like one of us. All right? So Eve did the right thing. Knowing good and evil, and now he might reach out his hand and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever, okay? So that's what godhood is. Godhood is the capacity to learn for yourself as well as to live forever. So God's afraid, hey, if Adam and Eve eat that tree of life, they'll become like God as well. Therefore, the God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken. He drove out the man, and at east of the Garden of Eden, he placed a cherubim, an angel, and a sword flaming and turning to guard the way to the tree of life. And so this is our banishment from the Garden of Eden. Now, most people think that this is a bad thing, okay? But you can also interpret this as a good thing. So God chose us to make us creative, but without the possibility of living forever. Why? Because if you think about it, creativity is death. Without the concept of death, you cannot be truly creative. Okay? First of all, if you think I'm going to live forever, you're not actually motivated to do anything, right? You're not motivated to make the most of your life. But actually making the most of your life, you can't be creative. Also, if you live forever, your children cannot be creative. Your grandchildren cannot be creative. So for humans to be creative as a species, death must be an inevitability. Okay? Does that make sense? So you can say that, okay, God doesn't really know what he's doing. It's his first time having children. He's making a lot of mistakes. Okay? But you can also say that it's all part of his plan. His plan is to make us creative because that is what's divine. Creativity is what's truly divine. Okay? All right. So we continue. Now that Adam and Eve are outside the Garden of Eden, they have children named Cain and Abel. Okay? Now the man knew his wife Eve, and she conceived and bore Cain, saying, I produced a man with the help of the Lord. Next she bore his brother Abel. Now Abel is a keeper of sheep, and Cain a tiller of the ground. Okay, so Cain is a farmer, and Abel a shepherd. In the course of time, Cain brought to the Lord an offering of the fruit of the ground, and Abel, for his part, brought of the firstlings of his flock their fat portions. And the Lord had regard for Abel and his offering, but for Cain and his offering, he had no regard. Okay? This is a very common thing in this world where you have to make sacrifices to the gods. The gods will favor you if the offerings are good. Okay? And so your God, Cain, comes with some plants. And then Abel comes with some meat. Okay? So you're like, Abel, you're a better person. Okay? And this is a very common thing in this world. But Cain gets very angry. His face fell. The Lord said to Cain, why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is lurking at the door. Its desires for you, but you must master. Okay? A very common thing in this world where the gods are like, this person sucks, do better next time. Okay? All right? But Cain gets really angry. And what he does is he kills his brother. And then the Lord gets angry and says, what have you done? Your brother's blood is crying out to me from the ground, and now you're cursed from the ground, which has opened its mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it will no longer yield to you its strength. You'll be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth. Okay? So at this time, what God should do is just kill Cain, right? An eye for an eye. But God doesn't do that. All right? God says that I banish you. And then Cain says, if you do that, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Today you have driven me from the soil, and I shall be hidden from your face. I shall be a fugitive and a wanderer on the earth, and anyone who meets me may kill me, okay? So people will know that I've left my community, I must have done something wrong, and therefore they may kill me. And God says, okay, I'm going to put a mark on you, and this will protect you, so that no one who came upon him would kill him. Then Cain went away from the presence of the Lord and settled in the land of Nod, east of Eden, okay? So again, this is a God of forgiveness, of reconciliation, of compromise, of debate. Cain says, your punishment is unfair. And then most gods would be like, screw you, man, I'm God, I can do whatever you want. But this God's like, you know what, you make a good point. Look, I have reflected and I recognize that I shouldn't have said that your brother is better than you, okay? I recognize that this is partly my fault, so as a compromise, I will protect you. Okay? This is, again, a revolutionary idea. This was written 3,000 years ago, okay? Today we think, okay, this is a very common concept, but remember, in the Iliad, the major problem is one of forgiveness. And in the Bible, this is a God of forgiveness, okay? He's kind of silly, but he's not perfect. And what he's telling us that perfection is not a possibility. What is a possibility, what we should all try to do is try to reflect and improve ourselves. Okay, and this is a theme throughout the Bible. So as humanity continues to develop, God looks down and says, you know what? These humans, I designed them to be creative, to do wonderful things, but they're killing themselves. They're enslaving each other, exploiting each other. This is stupid. I need to start over, okay? So he creates a flood. But there's one person on the earth that he thinks is a noble person, Noah, right? So he says, Noah, build an ark and save yourself. So Noah builds an ark and he saves himself. And then after the flood recedes, Noah comes and rebuilds humanity. And then God looks down to Noah and says, you know what? I will never again curse the ground because of humankind. For the inclination of the human heart is evil from youth, nor will I ever destroy every living creature as I've done. As long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. This is God saying, oops, I made a mistake again, okay? I didn't like the evil that humans were creating on this earth, and therefore I want to wipe evil from this earth. But you know what? If I give them free will, if they have that fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, then yeah, some of them are going to make mistakes, okay? And it's something that I'm going to have to put up with. So he promised Noah and humanity, I will never do this again. If you guys do evil, well, you're going to have to solve this problem yourself. I'm not going to come and solve it for you. All right? It was my mistake to make everyone suffer like this. I will never do this again. All right? So humanity is rebuilt, and of course humans go back to being evil. Starting wars, enslaving each other, exploiting each other. So then God's like, you know what I need to do is this. I need to build a nation that is the best nation, and which will be a great example to everyone. And this nation I will call Israel, okay? So he looks around the earth, and he discovers a name named Abraham. And Abraham is the patriarch of the nation of Israel, but there's also the patriarch of the religions of Christianity and Islam, okay? So Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are considered the Abrahamic faiths because they all think Abraham is their patriarch or their forefather. And so Yahweh says to Abraham, I will make a covenant with you. I will make a contract with you where I will favor you, but you must swear loyalty to me. You must promise me that your people will be loyal to me. They will worship me only, okay? And that's a covenant, the Abrahamic covenant. Now what's interesting is the relationship between Abraham and Yahweh. Okay? You would think that Abraham would just be a slave and a servant to Yahweh. But that's not actually what happens, okay? So let's read the story. So what happens is this. God promised to not destroy the earth, but then he's like, yeah, but then there's some places that are so evil, I need to destroy them to teach everyone a lesson, okay? So this place is called Sodom and Gomorrah. And Sodom and Gomorrah is known for its wickedness. So God sends men, okay, angels, to Sodom and Gomorrah to destroy it. Abraham is shocked by this. So Abraham's like, yeah, but you can't destroy everyone, okay? So what happens, and this is really interesting, is that Abraham and Yahweh start having a debate. And Abraham pleads with Yahweh to change his mind. Okay? So Abraham says to Yahweh, will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there are 50 righteous within the city. Will you then sweep away the place and not forgive it for the 50 righteous who are in it? Far be it from you to such a thing, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so the righteous fare as the wicked. Okay? He's saying, Yahweh, you're making a mistake. Think about that, okay? A mortal is telling a God, you're making a mistake. But not only that, but Yahweh's like, yeah, I think you're right, okay? So they agree. So Abraham says, if there's 50 people who are righteous, you cannot destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And God says, you're right. If I find 50 righteous, I will forgive everyone. Okay? So Yahweh agrees with Abraham. And at this point, you would think that Abraham's like, yes. Okay, and then he would run away. But he doesn't do that. He keeps on arguing. He says, yeah, but let's just say there's 45, okay? 45. Suppose 5 of the 50 are lacking. If there's only 45, we can't find 50. Don't you think we should still forgive Sodom and Gomorrah? And God's like, that's a good point. Yeah, so, 45 is good as well, okay? And he keeps on going on and on until they get to 10. For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it, okay? This is what Yahweh promises Abraham. So in other words, it's not that Yahweh and Abraham, it's not like master-servant, it's more like friend-friend. Because what a friend does is, a friend is honest with you. A friend tries to tell you the truth. A friend tries to get you to be better, okay? So what Abraham's saying to Yahweh is like, I know you're a virtuous God, but sometimes you make mistakes. So it's important for me to argue with you, okay? And that's why Judaism is such a powerful religion, because the basis of Judaism is debate and argument and questions, okay? Debate and questions. Why are Jews so creative? It's this simple, guys. Jews are encouraged to debate each other to figure out what is truly right. There is no absolute truth. It's always a process of asking questions, open debate, and self-reflection. Okay? All right. So eventually what happens is that, what will happen is that Abraham will give birth, will have a son named Isaac. And Isaac will have 2 sons, Esau and Jacob. Jacob's name will eventually become Israel. So Israel is founded by Jacob. What will happen is that Jacob is the younger son, Esau is the older son. So you would think that Esau would inherit everything from Isaac. But Jacob and his mother, Rebekah, schemes and steals from Esau. Okay? They trick Isaac and they steal the birthright from Esau. So now Esau is pissed off at Jacob. So Jacob has no choice but to run away. Okay? He runs away and he meets a relative. Okay? And what follows next is the greatest love story in the Bible. You can also argue it's the greatest love story ever in human history. Okay? And what's amazing about the story is how simple it is. But once we start analyzing, you will discover that it's actually a very complex story. All right, it's a beautiful, complex, and sophisticated story. All right. Laban, who's a relative, says to Jacob, you're my kinsman. Should you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what shall your wages be? Okay. So Jacob's running away from his brother, and he finds safety with Laban. And he offers to work for Laban, but Laban said, listen, I can't just enslave you, so you work for me and I'll give you whatever you want, okay? And then Jacob says, Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the younger was Rachel. Leah's eyes were lovely, and Rachel was graceful and beautiful. Jacob loved Rachel, so he said, I will serve you 7 years for your younger daughter Rachel. Laban said, it is better that I give her to you than I should give her to anyone else. So yeah, I agree to this deal, okay? It's a contract now. All right? Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days because of the love he had for her, okay? So he loves her so much that 7 years is nothing to him, okay? Then Jacob said to Laban, give me my wife so that I may go into her, for my time is completed. So Laban gathered together all the people of the place and made a feast. But in the evening, he took his daughter Leah and brought her to Jacob, and he went into her. When morning came, it was Leah. And Jacob said to Leah, what is it that you have done to me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Why then have you deceived me? Laban said, this is not done in our country. Give the younger before the firstborn. Complete the week of this one, and we will give you the other also in return for serving me another 7 years. Jacob did so and completed her week. Then Laban gave him his daughter Rachel as a wife. So Jacob went into Rachel, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. He served Laban for another 7 years, okay? This, again, is a beautiful love story, and it doesn't sound like it, okay? But let's go into the complexity of it. Okay, first of all, clearly, Laban deceived Jacob, right? But did he mean to in the beginning? The answer is no, okay? The question then is, why did he do so? And the answer is, Rachel and Leah are sisters, right? And therefore, they probably hate each other. They're in competition with each other. So when Jacob says to Laban, I love Rachel, but not Leah, Leah now is pissed, right? So what do you think he did? She did for 7 years. For 7 years, she just pestered her father and says, hey, am I not your daughter? Am I not your firstborn? Will you let me be insulted and humiliated like this? If Jacob were to marry Rachel, who will ever want to marry me? And Laban's a father, okay? And he doesn't want to deal with this crap. So he's like, how do I get out of this mess? Well, what I'll do is I'll trick Jacob and first give him Leah, and then I'll give him Rachel. And how does he know this? Because he knows that Jacob loves Rachel, right? Laban's able to stand far away and look at how Jacob looks at Rachel. So he knows that Jacob will have to endure, okay? He'll do this. But then the question then is, does Rachel love Jacob? And the answer is yes, of course, right? Because once Jacob married Leah, then Rachel could have just said, screw this, I'm going to marry someone else. But she didn't. She had to wait 7 years. And you can imagine those 7 years were the longest 7 years for both Jacob and Rachel. In fact, every day Leah probably said to Rachel, ha 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 ha, okay? She was laughing at Rachel, just saying, you see, Jacob doesn't really love you. And Rachel had to endure, okay? So this is the power of love. The way that Jacob and Rachel were able to endure all this humiliation in order to just be together, okay? It's a beautiful love story. And this is the great thing about the Bible. The Bible, written by this person, okay, who's clearly a woman, right? Only a woman writes stories like this. It has both economy and irony. Economy just means that she's able to, with very few words, convey deep meaning. She's able to, in the story, just a couple paragraphs, create an entire universe. We can see actually the movie play out, okay? It's 14 years, where in the first 7 years, Jacob was really happy. But in the last 7 years, every day he's agonizing because he doesn't want to be with Leah, he wants to be with Rachel, but they can't be together, and he has to wait all these 7 years, okay? So economy, but also irony. Irony just means it's funny, guys, okay? I know that you're taught the Bible as a religious text, but when it was first conceived, it was meant to be a funny story, okay? This is a story of two sisters who hate each other and they're competing for the same guy, all right? And this competition continues. When Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, she envied her sister, and she said to Jacob, give me children or I shall die, okay? You have to get me pregnant because Leah's having a lot of kids. Jacob became very angry with Rachel and said, am I the place of God who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? Then she said, here is my maid. Go into her that she may bear upon my knees and that I may have children through her. So she gave him her maid as a wife, and Jacob went to her, and Bela conceived and bore Jacob a son. Then Rachel said, God has judged me, and she has heard my voice and given me a son. Okay, this is a comedy where she's in competition with Leah. Leah has a lot of kids, so Rachel is going to cheat and give her maid to Jacob. And whenever a baby comes out, Rachel says, it's mine, it's mine. And she's going to go around and cheer to try to outcompete Leah, okay? This is a comedy. Then Jacob said, God has judged me and has heard my voice and given me a son. Rachel's maid conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, with mighty wrestlings I have wrestled with my sister and have prevailed. So she named him Naphtali, okay? All right? Okay, so does that make sense? And now what Leah's going to do is give her mate to Jacob as well in order to continue the competition, all right, to try to outcompete Rachel, okay? So this is all just a comedy, okay? It's meant to be beautiful stories that force you, that provoke you into deep reflection, all right? And this is why the Jews are so creative. If you look at the media, if you look at Hollywood, if you look at academia, the Jews dominate, okay? Because from the moment they're born with these stories that force them to think deeply about who they are, what it means to be human, and what life is about, okay? And as you can understand, you can just have multiple interpretations of what's going on, but they force you to think very deeply about life, to have an inner debate with yourself, okay? All right. Okay, so now we go on to David, okay? The story of David, it's very, very complicated, okay? So in the Bible, what it tells us is that God needs a king for the nation of Israel. And he sends a prophet named Samuel to find a king, and he goes to the house of Jesse. And in the house of Jesse, he finds David, who's the youngest boy, and he says, you will in the future be the favored king of Israel, okay? And David, in his early age, does wonderful things. For example, he defeats Goliath, okay? So you've heard the story of David and Goliath, right? But after he kills Goliath, the king, Saul, becomes envious, jealous of David, and that forces David to run away. Eventually, Saul is killed, and David comes back and becomes king, okay? That's the story in the Bible. Guys, as you learn in this class, this is all propaganda, okay? What really happened is that Saul is king, David is the mercenary, and he's a very good and popular mercenary. He has a lot of soldiers who follow him, and therefore, he kills Saul and becomes king himself, okay? But now, what the Bible needs to do is legitimize David, okay? Try to tell us that, oh, no, David is not ambitious. He was not ruthless. God willed him to be king, okay? And that's why the Bible was written the way it was. So this is written by the court historian, okay? The person who wrote Genesis is a person we call the Yahwehist, okay? Because for her, the God is Yahweh, the Yahwehist, or J. This person is a court historian. So his job is to clean up the image of David, to tell the story of David again, but in a much more clean way that absolves him of any crimes, okay? So, where we are on the story is that Saul is dead. But Saul's family is still around. And Saul's family has a general named Abner, okay? But after Saul is dead, Abner feels slighted by the family. So Abner's like, screw this, I'm going to go and support David. And David, of course, is very happy, okay? All right. Abner came with 20 men to David at Hebron. David made a feast for Abner and the men who were with him. Abner said to David, let me go and rally all Israel to you in order that you may take a covenant with me and you may reign over all that your heart desires, okay? So what Abner's saying is, make me your general and I will give you Israel. David dismissed Abner and went away in peace. Then the servants of David arrived with Joab from a raid. Okay, so Joab is David's general, bringing much spoil with them. But Abner was not with David at Hebron, for David had dismissed him, and he had gone away in peace. When Joab and all the army that was with him came, it was told Joab, Abner came to the king, and he has dismissed him, and has gone away in peace. Now Joab and Abner have a conflict, because Abner killed one of Joab's brothers. So Joab wants to kill Abner, okay? What have you done? Abner came to you. Why did you dismiss him so that he got away? You know that Abner came to deceive you and to learn your comings and goings and to learn all that you are doing. Joab came out from David's presence. He sent messengers after Abner. They brought him back from the cistern of Sarah. But David did not know about this, okay? So Joab goes and kills Abner, okay? Now, so if you read this story, you think that David did nothing wrong, okay? But if you think about it, there are lots of problems with this story. The first problem is that Job, the general, is rebelling against David, right? If you're David, who are you more afraid of? Are you afraid of Abner or are you afraid of Job? You're afraid of Job, right? Because Job has your army. Okay? So there's no way that David would allow Job to rebel against him. So the only conclusion is that Job acted with the permission of David. So David knew about this, okay? All right, this is a lie. David knew about this. In fact, David probably ordered Job to kill Abner. Then the question is why? Well, if you're a king, you're most concerned about loyalty, right? If Abner betrayed Saul's family, there's a possibility Abner will come and betray you as well, okay? So this guy needs to be eliminated because he's dangerous, okay? And it makes sense because remember, David betrayed Saul, so he's afraid that others will betray him as well. All right? So this story, even though it's a lie, it gives us enough clues to construct the truth for ourselves. And that's what makes the Bible different from other religious texts. Other religious texts are sayings or truisms, but these are stories. And stories are living things that we can reconstruct in our heads. Okay? And again, this helps us explain why the Jews are so creative people, because they grew up in a tradition of stories as opposed to truths or sayings. Okay? So they can constantly reimagine these stories for themselves. All right, so now we get to the most famous story of David. All right? So in the spring of the year, when kings go out to battle, David sent Job with his officers and all Israel with him, okay? So what's really important to know is that even though Job disobeyed David and killed Abner, Job was never punished, okay? Which tells us that Job was probably acting on the orders of David. They ravaged the Ammonites and besieged Rabbi, but David remained at Jerusalem. Okay, so David's in Jerusalem while the army is fighting elsewhere. It happened late one afternoon when David rose from a couch and was walking about on the roof of the king's house that he saw from the roof a woman bathing. And the woman was very beautiful. David sent someone to inquire about her. It was reported, this is Bathsheba, okay? Daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. So David sent messengers to get her, and she came to him, and he lay with her. Then she got pregnant, okay? Again, this is a very problematic story because, first of all, a woman doesn't sleep with you just because you ask her to, okay? And Bathsheba, remember, is married to Uriah the Hittite. Okay, so who is Uriah? Uriah is the best soldier in David's army. He's very popular with the men. So if you're David, who are you afraid of? You're afraid of Uriah. Okay, does that make sense? All right? Uriah is the person you're most afraid of. All right? So now he has a problem because Bathsheba is pregnant. And David's like, I need to fix a problem because if Uriah comes back and discovers that his wife got pregnant while he's away, he's going to know that I slept with her, okay? So he has to solve this problem. So David sent word to Job, send me Uriah the Hittite. And Job sent Uriah to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked how it's going. And David says to Uriah, okay, you know what? You're a great warrior. Why don't you go and see your wife? But then Uriah doesn't go see his wife because Uriah says to David, listen, your army is fighting for you. I cannot go sleep with my wife and feel good about myself while your men are dying. I refuse to be with my wife if the men are outside, okay? So now David has a huge problem. So what David does is he writes a letter to Job and tells Job, hey, go do this, okay? Set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fighting and then draw back from him so that he may struck down and die. So David orders the assassination of Uriah. And Job tells David, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead, okay? So I've done what you've asked me to do. Okay? So in the Bible, what it tells us is that David fell in love with Bathsheba and his heart took over him. And that led him to go kill Uriah. Okay? But if you think about it, what probably happened was reverse, where David becomes jealous of Uriah, and he becomes fearful of Uriah because he's so popular with the soldiers, okay? Because that's how David got the throne, by betraying Saul. So he's afraid that Uriah will betray him as well, okay? So he probably ordered the assassination of Uriah to prevent this threat from arising. And then what do you do to show that you're better than your worst enemy? If you have an enemy, how do you prove that you are better than he is? You go marry his wife. Okay? So that's the real story. Okay? The real story is that David felt that Uriah was being better than him. He got very jealous, and so he killed Uriah and married his wife to show, I'm better than Uriah. Okay? That's the real story. But you can see how the Bible frames the story in a different way. So in other words, the Bible was written as an apology for David to disguise his crimes. And the story of Genesis was written to show that God favors David, okay? Because if David is fallible, but what David does that's really important is that he admits his mistakes and he reflects and he improves. And that's what God does as well, okay? So David and God are the same people, and that's why Yahweh favors David above everyone else. Yahweh is looking for a friend. David is his best friend because David is most like him, okay? All right, let's continue. Okay, so the wife of Uriah, Bathsheba, she hears that her husband is dead, and she cries. And then after her mourning is over, David and Bathsheba marry and have a son together, okay? Then Nathan, the prophet, goes to David and tells him a story. There are two men in a city, and one is rich and the other is poor, okay? So there's two men, one rich, one poor. The rich had many sheep, and the poor had just one, okay? Then a traveler comes to the rich man, and the rich man has to have a feast for the traveler. But he doesn't want to use his sheep, so he steals the poor man's sheep, okay? Then David gets angry and says, hey, man, that's wrong, okay? I will find this man and I will kill him, okay? And I will give the poor 4 lambs instead of 1. And then Nathan says to David, David, you are that rich man, okay? So what Nathan is saying to David is, your crime is you stole Bathsheba. Guys, that's not David's crime, okay? David's crime is he killed Uriah. Alright, so this is what we call gaslighting. You see how clever this is, where the Bible set up so that you forget that David's crime is killing Uriah, okay? You think that the real crime is David stealing Bathsheba. No, that's not the real crime. The real crime is murder, okay? Not adultery. Alright, so in other words, the Bible is an apology for David. But because of the nature of Israel's society, okay? So what's special about Israel at this point in history is that it's a very small community of people. So David can't be like, I'm king, if you disobey me, I'll kill you, okay? He has to get everyone to support him. So they have to make up these stories to justify why David is a good person, okay? David cannot say he didn't do this because everyone knows he did this. So instead, they change the story. And what they say instead is that what makes David special is not that he is infallible. What makes him special is that he's a poet. And he is capable of reflection and forgiveness, which is what Yahweh is, okay? So Yahweh is a poet king, and so is David. All right? And this is why, again, the Jews are so literary and so creative. They're not great warriors, but they are tremendous intellectuals. This has been true throughout their history. They're capable of deep reflection, open debate, and argumentation. Okay? And this is why the Jews are so creative. Okay? Any questions, guys? Okay. All right.
I don't know much about Bible. So Bible is a collection of different stories and poems, right?
Yeah.
And so the common feature of these stories are I can't really tell the common feature between this story and the previous story about Rachel and Leah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's a good question, okay? So let's go over some basic introduction to the Bible, okay? Okay, so the Bible, it's a library, okay? Bible means, Bible means books in Greek. So it's a library. And it's composed of 3 major parts. The first is what's called the Tanakh. It's a Torah, okay? So it's the first 5 books of the Bible, okay? Second is the historical books, history. And then you have the writings, okay? Which include poetry. Okay, so the problem of the Bible is that it was actually constructed much later than the time of David. Okay, so David was about 1000 BC, around this time, okay? And the Bible, we think, was constructed about 400 BC, around this time, okay? So there's a 600-year difference. So the Bible that we have was very different from the Bible that was first conceived, okay? So what's the structure of the Bible? The structure of the Bible is this. It's a history of the people of Israel, okay? Remember, Israel is a fake nation. It's a collection of different tribes, different peoples, and they need to make it as though it's one people. So they create a fake history, all right? So the fake history is Adam and Eve, then Noah, then Abraham, then Isaac, then Jacob, then Moses, then you get all the way to David, okay? All right, so this is a cosmology, an ordering of events, or a fake history, all right? And what this is doing is this. It's combining all the different tribes and groups of Israel together into one family history. Okay, so remember, you have the Egyptian priests, you have the missionaries, you have the nomads, you have the hill people. Okay, so Egyptian priests get explained away by Moses. That's why the Israelites go into Egypt, because they have the Egyptian influence, okay? Then you have the hill people, and the hill people come from different families. And what you do is you make them into one big family. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are all different part family. And when you combine the nation together, you make it as though it's one nation together, okay? So now, rather than Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are different families, it's like, no, Isaac is the son of Jacob, and Jacob is the son of Isaac, okay? All right, so this is the original Bible. And then what happened later on was then they added other stuff as well, okay? Poetry and rituals and all that, okay? Over time. Does that make sense? All right, good, great. Any more questions, guys?
I don't understand, like, why does the Bible kind of trying to embellish, like, kind of trying to make people believe that David is a very successful figure or something?
Oh, sorry, what is the question?
So the intention of the story about David is to use these stories to let the readers, the Israel people, to understand their culture, or is this just?
Okay, listen. Okay, so the Bible will change over time. Okay, this is really important to understand. What the Bible is changes over time because Israel becomes different over time. And we'll go over this next class. Oh, sorry, not next week, okay? Not next class, next week, okay? So what's happening now is, okay, you're David and you're Solomon, okay? So Solomon is the son of David who becomes king. All right, and there are people around you, okay? And they're gossiping, okay? Gossiping. They know what happened with Bathsheba. They know what happened with Abner. They're all gossiping. And that causes problems for the king. Okay? It's like being in a village and everyone's talking behind your back. So what you do is you need to spin this. Okay? Or what we call public relations or media. You need to tell the story in a different way that makes the gossiping less bad. Okay? So the gossiping right now is that David, he is ruthless. He killed Uriah because Uriah was a threat. Okay? Now, the problem with this story is that if people believe this story to be true, one, it's possible that Uriah's friends will want revenge for what happened, okay? It's also possible that a soldier tries to kill David, okay? Because David is clearly ambitious. So you change the gossip to like, oh, no. David was not ambitious. David is just a poet who fell in love with Bathsheba, okay? Now people think that David is just irresponsible, okay, infallible. But this is a lot better than people thinking that he's a ruthless killer. Because if people think that he's a ruthless killer, then I should be a ruthless killer as well. Okay? Now people are like, well, David, he's king, but he's not perfect. And he made a mistake, and we should forgive him. Because Yahweh, remember, the story of Yahweh is that he makes mistakes too, and we should forgive Yahweh as well. All right? Do you understand what's happening? Okay? This is what we call spin. Before it was like he killed Uriah, and therefore we should avenge Uriah, or it's okay to be violent. Now you switch the story to say, no, it was really about Bathsheba. And this is just really about, okay, you know what? People make mistakes. We should forgive him. Okay? And that's why the Bible was created in the way it was, to change the gossip around so that it would be less harmful. They both suck, okay? But everyone knows you killed Uriah. Now the question is, why did you do so? Okay? You don't want people thinking that, hey, David killed Uriah because he saw Uriah as a threat. Because then people will think, okay, then we know that David had to kill Saul as well. Okay? Now you have a huge problem on your hands. So you switch it, like, no, it was just Bathsheba. Okay? Does that make sense?
So Bible is used like a tool to the Israel people to like kind of manipulate their values.
Okay, all right, listen. All right, very simple. Remember this. Writing. What is writing? Writing does three things. First is legitimacy. Okay? To explain that this guy should be the king because that's the will of God. Second is unity. We are one family, guys. We have the same values. The third is differentiation. We're different from other people. Okay? All right, differentiation is Yahweh is a God of forgiveness, a God of fallibility, but a God of reflection and debate and openness, okay? So our God is different from other gods. The Greek gods is pure vengeance. Our God is one of forgiveness, okay? He's good. Unity is we're just one family with one history, okay? And legitimacy is that David is a poet king, which is just like Yahweh, okay? That's why Yahweh favors him. Does that make sense? Okay, that's what the Bible was constructed initially to do, but over time, its nature will change. It's something we'll discuss as we go along. But when the Bible was first constructed, it was constructed as propaganda. But Yahweh is, okay, the Yahwehs, or the J, she uses opportunity to create beautiful stories that become living entities, living memories unto themselves, and they ignite the imagination of the Jewish people. And that's why the Jewish people are so creative. All right? All right? So, okay, and do you have any more questions? Okay, great. Okay, so we've done the Greeks, we've done the Jews. Next class, we'll do the Persians. Okay, and these are the three most creative peoples of this period. The Jews, the Greeks, and the Persians. And you can argue that it's these three people, the Jews, the Greeks, and the Persians, that are the pillars of Western civilization. Okay, so we will continue this next class. So we've done the Greeks and we've done the Israelites. And today we discuss the Persians. And today I introduce to you the most influential person who has ever lived. And his name is Zarathustra. Okay? And Zarathustra will create the world's first great religion, world religion, called Zoroastrianism. And this will lead to the rise of the world's first great empire, called the Persian Achaemenid Empire. Okay? So to understand Zarathustra, let's go back and understand how we humans have traditionally understood the world. Okay? So intuitively, we've understood that the world is one of consciousness. Okay? The universe is conscious. And it's constantly vibrating. Okay? These vibrations are infinite. And the lower that the vibrations go, the slower they are, and therefore they give rise to matter. Okay? And that gives rise to humans. So we both inhabit the material universe, but our minds inhabit the spiritual universe. And as a result, when we vibrate as well, our consciousness returns to the universe. Okay? So we're in constant dialogue with the universe. Now, this is hard to understand, so we've used metaphors or stories to explain this system. All right, so let's go over how we've explained the system using metaphors. So this is God. Okay, the God is called the monad, or the one, or nous. But there are different names for this God. And this God is perfect. The problem with perfection is that you lack imagination, you lack creativity. And that's why when God emanates, He created us, okay, humans. Why? Because we are material. We have bodies, and therefore we are imperfect. What this means is that when we hit a wall, we feel pain. We can fall down, we can die, we can suffer, we can make mistakes. But at the same time, it is through constantly making mistakes, disobedience, fallibility, that we are able to be creative, okay? And as a result, both God and we are in the process of becoming. Okay? We are becoming into perfection. We are becoming into eternity and infinity. And so we are co-creators with God. Now, there are certain characteristics about the system that you have to remember. Okay? First of all, in the system, we need to have free will. Because only by having complete freedom can we be truly creative. If the monad is controlling us, then there can't be any creativity. It's all intentional, it's all planned, okay? So free will is very important. Another very, very important idea is the individual. Okay? So how the system works is, what matters is what happens inside of us. Okay? Because only us individually can give rise to creativity. And so it is our interactions with the monad that's important. Okay? Another way of saying this is that, use a metaphor. Okay? The metaphor is a candle. A candle. Sorry, this is a bad drawing. Okay? Candle. And we are all mirrors surrounding this candle. And the candle is reflected in us. Okay? So the monad is in us, and we're all part of the monad together. So what happens is what happens to us individually. Okay? Another very important part of this is its eternity. Okay? Reincarnation. And the idea here is that when you die, you just don't disappear. Your consciousness returns to the spirit world. Why? Because maybe in this world you made a lot of mistakes. And because you made a lot of mistakes, you can't really appreciate all the pain you've caused. So when you return to the spirit world, then it's a time for you to reflect and understand your significance on this world, okay? And so the idea is that if you've done a lot of good in this world, if you've been virtuous, you ascend to a higher plane. And if you did a lot of bad things, then you stay in the lower realm, okay? And this is the idea of heaven and hell. Why? Because if you did a lot of good, first of all, you can appreciate all the good you've done, and you can be closer to the monad. Okay? If you've done a lot of bad, then you will see for yourself all the hurt you've caused in the world. Okay? And you'll be further down from the monad. So this is how intuitively we've understood the universe to work. Okay? When we're born almost with an intuitive understanding of this. Okay? The problem is that as our populations continue to grow and grow, eventually we have war. Okay? And war gives rise to patriarchy and property. Why? Because how do you incentivize people to go fight? Well, you promise them this wife will be yours, okay? You'll be the master of the household, and whatever you win, whether it's gold or whatever, it will be yours forever, okay? And so these three things, war, patriarchy, and property, are all interlinked together, okay? And this, you can argue, gives rise to the idea of capital. Remember, when we last discussed the Bronze Age, the Bronze Age was the height of capital, and therefore it was the height of war, slavery, corruption, okay, violence, evil in this world. And in this time, there will emerge prophets, the port prophets, who come and tell us that what we're doing is wrong. And we must remember who we came from originally, okay? We must remember that we are part of the monad, and that we're here to celebrate life, not to destroy life. To be creative, not to be destructive. To love, not to make war. Okay? And so, during the Bronze Age, emerges a man named Zarathustra. And he is a port prophet, just like Homer and the Yahwehs. And he's dealing with a situation, okay? We've entered a system where war, patriarchy, and property are prevalent. And we can't imagine a world without these things. So now he has to create a new system. He has to present for his poetry new ideas that help us return to the monad, okay? And so he creates the beginnings of a new world religion called Zoroastrianism. Okay, so let's go over the basic ideas. So remember that this is a polytheistic world where you fight for your god. And the gods don't really care about what's good and what's evil. All they care about is themselves. So you celebrate them, you make sacrifices to them. If you give them enough money, if you bribe them well enough, then you win wars, okay? So that's a system that we call polytheism. So what Zoroaster does is that he reimagines the system and creates a new hierarchy where Ahura Mazda is the top god, okay? And you can call him the monad as well. And for Zarathustra, Ahura Mazda is the Lord of Wisdom, okay? It literally translates into Lord of Wisdom, and he's represented by the idea of fire, okay? So what is Zoroastrianism in Chinese? It's 拜火教, right? 拜火教, okay? The religion of white fire. It's a religion of wisdom. And what then he also says is that the war of heaven and hell is within us. Okay? And there are two forces that tear at us, that divide us, okay? The first is the force of Asha. The second is the force of Zrush. Okay, these ideas are hard to translate, but Asha just means truth, and Drush means the lie. Okay? So the Greeks really admire the Persians. And what they said about the Persians is the Persians are good at three things. They're good at horse riding, they're good at archery, and they're good at telling the truth. The Persians find it abhorrent, hateful to lie. So they're always telling the truth, okay? But that's a very simplistic understanding of the system. Telling the truth is not what Asha is, right? What Asha really is a system of virtue. Okay? By being virtuous, by doing good in the world, you become closer to Ahura Mazda. You become his representative on earth. So to better understand this idea, all right, I'm going to introduce to you another concept called the categorical imperative. Okay, so Immanuel Kant. So we don't know when Zarathustra lived, okay? But he lived about 3,000 years ago. Immanuel Kant is the 18th century, okay? So he's closer to our time. And he introduces a concept called the categorical imperative. For him, the categorical imperative is the highest moral law, the highest moral good, what we all should strive to. And what I will show you is that it's very similar to the concept of asha. So there are three principles of the categorical imperative. The first, the most important, is the law of universality. And what this idea states is that what is good? Well, to know what is good, imagine this. Imagine that whatever you do, whatever you say, everyone in the world will immediately do as well. Okay? So if you get angry, everyone gets angry at the same time. If you are violent, everyone's violent at the same time, okay? If you curse God, everyone curses God. Do you want to live in a world like that? Obviously not, okay? So that is what the categorical imperative is. Act and do and think as though everything you do will be reflected throughout the universe. And you are the universe itself. Okay? Now, this idea has been misunderstood as the golden law, right? Or do unto others as others would do unto you. But actually, no, it's a much higher concept. The higher concept is that imagine that you are God yourself, okay? And everything you do will be reflected throughout the universe. Then how would you behave? Well, you would behave with the highest virtue, okay? Because you want to make the world a better place. Because if you do bad things, people are going to do bad things to you, okay? So that's the first idea. It's a very, very important idea. Second idea is free will. So whatever you do cannot be coerced. Okay? Whatever you do must be out of your own desire, your own will, your own volition, your own choice. Otherwise, it's wrong. Okay? So I cannot make you do good. You only want to do good by yourself. If you want to do evil, you should do evil because it's your choice. Okay? Even though it leads to a worse world, it's important to maintain the principle of free will and free choice. Okay? Now, last is the idea of humans as the end. Now, you have heard, maybe heard the phrase, the means to an end, right? So, maybe I'm a king, and I need to build a better world. So I need to start wars, conquer the world, so I need to sacrifice 1 billion human beings in order to create a perfect world, right? That may sound good in theory, but what Kant and Zarathustra would say is that's wrong. Because humans are the end unto themselves. Every human life is as valuable as all human life together. Okay? You cannot sacrifice one person for the sake of the others. That is fundamentally wrong. Do never do that. That can only lead you into hell. Okay? So these three things together gives us a concept of asha. You can see immediately how complicated it is. But at the same time, you can also understand how revolutionary it is, okay? Because now asha presents to us three new concepts that will revolutionize human history. They are the individual. What matters is what matters inside of you, okay? Everyone's doing bad, that's their problem. Don't worry about them, just do what is good to you, okay? What is good for you. The second is free choice. Don't ever feel as though you're being forced to do something. Do something because you will it so, okay? And then last is truth. Why do you do this? Because the monad will know, okay? Because our master will know. Because you will know. Okay? So what your family says, what your community says, what your nation says does not matter. Only what you feel in your heart matters. Okay? And this introduced a new concept in human history called monotheism. And guess what, guys? Zoroastrianism will give birth to three new religions, okay? Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Okay? And this together is 2 to 3 billion people on Earth. And that's why I say Zarathustra is the most important individual who's ever lived. Because he will create the structure for monotheism, okay? These 3 concepts that will give rise to 3 world religions. All right? Okay. So something else I want you to understand is that Zarathustra had a major impact on the Greeks, especially Greek philosophy. In fact, the Greeks didn't consider him just a poet. They considered him the first scientist, the first astronomer, the first philosopher, the first magician, okay? The Greeks had tremendous reverence for him. And Plato will take a lot of his ideas and create a very powerful metaphor that helps us understand Asha better, okay? He calls it the allegory of the cave. So, imagine this. Imagine that we are in a cave, okay? We're all prisoners inside a cave. We are chained to the ground, okay? So we can't ever get up. We can't even move our necks. We only stare at the wall in front of us. Now behind us is a fire. And this fire is projecting shadows onto the wall, okay? And we give names to these shadows. And this is what we call reality, okay? But it's a shadow reality. It's all fake. It's all false. It's all what we imagine it to be. One day, for whatever reason, one of us, the chains disappear. And so we stumble upwards out of the cave, okay? And now we're suddenly in the light, right? We see the sun. The sun, of course, is Asha, truth, okay? Or Ahura Mazda. And we're blinded because our eyes are used to seeing in the dark, right? We can't see. We feel nothing but pain for a long, long time. But over time, we start to see more clearly, and we see the world is beautiful, okay? We see the birds flying in the sky. We see the trees around us. We see the animals. And we're like, this is beautiful, okay? I found heaven. I found the truth. I found Asha. I found Ahura Mazda. This is what life is really about, okay? But after some time, you're like, but this is not enough, okay? I have found the truth, but the truth is not complete because I know there are my friends, my family that are stuck inside the cave. Therefore, for me to fully achieve Asha, I must go down and tell them the truth. Tell them there is an Asha and we can all break free of our chains, escape into the light, and see the truth for ourselves. And then we will be truly happy and free and wise. Okay? That's what Asha is. Asha is not just breaking free your chains and seeing the truth for yourself, but it's a responsibility to go and spread this virtue to everyone around you. If you see injustice, speak out. Okay? Another way of saying this is, let's use a metaphor. A choir, okay? Singing choir. How does a choir work? Well, Ahura Mazda, the monad, he's singing a song. Ah! We have to sing along with him, okay? Ah! Okay? If we do that, the world is harmonized. The world is perfect. The world is beautiful. But if most of us are out of tune, then we need to get into tune, right? Okay? So that's what Asha is. Asha is not just self-individualization, self-truth. It is helping others see the truth for themselves, okay? So if you yourself see the truth, you now have responsibility to teach this truth to others. But the problem is, of course, if you go down and tell everyone, hey man, this world we're living in, it's a shadow world. It's a prison. We need to break our chains and escape into the real world. Everyone's like, you're crazy, man, right? Get out of here, man, you're crazy. And they're like, no, we have to go. And they're like, okay, well, describe this world to us. And you're like, it's kind of hard to describe. Well, you're crazy then, okay? All right, so that's Plato's allegory of the cave, all right? And this gives you a better understanding of the idea of Asha, okay? So if you move towards the truth, you're moving towards Asha. But if you're moving away from Asha, you're moving towards the Drush, okay? All right? So that's a basic premise of Zoroastrianism. This is the idea that Zarathustra brought to the world, and it will forever change the world, okay? We'll go into the specific history next week. But first, what I want to do this week is just go into his ideas, okay? All right. All right. So Zarathustra, we don't know when he lived, okay? But we estimate anywhere between the year 2000 BCE to about 1000 BCE. That's a Bronze Age, right? I suspect he lived towards the end of the Bronze Age. Why? Because when the Bronze Age is coming into form, people are in love with capitalism. People want to get rich, right? But after the system matures, there's slavery, there's debt, there's corruption, there's misery, there's suffering. And so people want to hear another voice. Zarathustra himself was a priest. And he was disgusted by the corruption of priests. Because remember, being a priest means being a teacher, leading people into the light, leading people into Asha. But once the Bronze Age becomes more mature, then priests are corrupt. They want a lot of money for helping you achieve immortality. They sort of spread false teachings. Okay, they become very corrupt. And so Zarathustra becomes disgusted, and he wanders around spreading his new message of Asha. Okay? Now, what's important to understand is that we don't know where Zarathustra worked specifically, but we suspect northern Iran, okay? Why is this important? Because during the Bronze Age, the main centers of wealth were Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Levant. So this is more like a colony where there's a lot of mining going on, okay? So what's going on here is basically the most human suffering in the world, okay? So imagine maybe Congo, where they're using child slaves to dig for rare earths. Okay, it's a marginal empire where war is a very common thing. Violence is a very common thing. People are being kidnapped and forced to work in the mines in order to get tin for the Bronze Age economy, okay? All right, so as you can see, Zarathustra is about here, okay? Either northeast Iran or northwest Iran, okay? And as I mentioned, the global economy is around here, okay? This is where most of the wealth is. These people are poor, they're enslaved, and they're extremely violent, okay? All right, so Zarathustra comes, and he's a poet prophet, okay? He's a priest, and he's singing songs to help people better understand the world around them. He's trying to remind them of who they are really, okay? They really are parts of God. All right, so he says, listen with your own ears, with a bright mind, choose truth from false creed, each person for his own self before the final judgment comes, okay? So the idea of in the individual, what matters is yourself, what you do. What your family does, what your clan does, what your tribe does not matter. What you do, because when you die, you will face Ahura Mazda, the final judgment. Okay? Not your family, but you yourself. And so what you must do is choose Asha, the truth. Okay? What is the truth? Being virtuous. Because you yourself are virtue. Okay, he wrote in a language called Avestan, and it's a beautiful language. And if you are a Zoroastrian priest, you can memorize all this, okay? But I am not, and I don't want to butcher the language, okay? But it's poetry, it's beautiful, right? So Asha is the best of all that is good, and Asha is happiness. Happiness belongs to the one who follows the righteous path for the sake of the best righteousness. So how do you know you're doing Asha? Because you are happy, okay? Do you understand? So the metaphor is, imagine that you live in a world of like fat people who don't exercise, and all they do is watch TV, right? But you decide to go and work out and you become more thin. How do you know you're on the right path? Because you feel happy about yourself, okay? But the problem, of course, is that you lose all your friends. You lose all your family, okay? That's why people don't do this. Not because they don't know the truth, it's because they fear the truth. All right, So this is some translated poetry called the Gathas that we know that Zarathustra wrote, okay? Or he didn't write it. They were all illiterate at this point, but he sang it, okay? Now the two primal spirits who reveal themselves in vision as twins are the better and the bad in thought and word and action. And between these two, the wise ones choose right, the foolish one not so, okay? So we in our nature always divide into two halves, okay? The good and the bad, the Asha and the Drush. And to be truly virtuous, it has to be good thoughts, good words, and good actions. Okay? You have to be unified as a person. You can't speak the truth, but then do bad things. Okay? You have to think good thoughts, speak good thoughts, and do good works. And that's what Zoroastrianism. Okay? And when these twin spirits came together in the beginning, they created life and not life, and that at the last worst existence shall be to the followers of the lie, but the best existence to him that follows right. Of these two twin spirits, he that followed the lie choose doing the worst things, the holiest spirit choose right. He that clothes him with the massy heavens as a garment. So likewise, they that are fain to please our master by dutiful actions. Between these twin, the Davas, okay, those that lead you to the Jews also chose not aright, for infatuation came upon them as they took counsel together, so that they chose the worst thought. Then they rushed together to violence that they might enfeeble the world of man. So we're living in a world run by Davas, by demons, who choose violence to control us. Okay, and what do? And to him came dominion, and good mind and right and piety gave continual life to their bodies and indestructibility, so that by the retributions through metal he may gain the prize over the others. Even in a world of evil, you can choose, and you must choose to be good. All right? If people are lying, you tell the truth. Because what matters is your individual action, not what others are doing. So when there cometh their punishment for their sins, then, O Master, at thy command shall good thought establish the dominion in the consummation for those who deliver the lie, O Ahara, into the hands of right. Okay? So God will know what good you did, what evil you did. Okay? When you die, it will be the final judgment. You will have to face God. So we may be those that make this world advance, O Master, and ye, O the Aharas, come hither, vouchsafing a mission into your company and Asha, in order that our thought may gather together while reason is still shaky, okay? So even though the world has turned evil, even though the people, the elite, are evil, you can still do good. And God will know you do good, and God will reward you for doing good, okay? So again, this is the beginning of monotheism. And as you can see, this idea will echo in Christianity and Islam as well. Then truly on the world of lies shall come the destruction of the light. But they who get themselves good name shall be partakers in the promised reward in the fair abode of good thought, of master, and of right. Oh, if, O ye mortals, ye mark those commandments which master hath ordained of happiness and pain, the long punishment for the follower of the Drush, and blessings for the followers of the right, then hereafter shall it be well, okay? So you should do what is virtuous, not only because God will reward you for doing so, but because you will feel eternal happiness in doing so. When thou, O Master, in the beginning did create the individual and the individuality through thy spirit and powers of understanding, when thou did make life clothed with a body, when actions and teachings whereby one may exercise one's convictions at once free, okay? So you see individual, free will. These are the core concepts here, okay? Never say you're being coerced. You always have the choice. You always have the choice to resist. Then lifts up his voice, the false speaker or the true speaker, he that knows or he that knows not, each according to his own heart and mind, passing from one to another. Armate confers with the spirit in whom there is wavering. Okay. Clear it is to the man of understanding as one who has realized it with thought. He upholds Asha together with good dominion by his word and deed. He will be, O Master, Ahara, the most helpful helper to thee, okay? So when we choose to follow Asha, we are doing God's work. When we, in our hearts, choose Asha, we, at that moment, change the world for the better. Okay? All right, so this sounds a bit complicated and a bit abstract. And honestly, he was speaking to people at that time, okay? So what does he really, really mean? And how can we understand what he's really saying? Well, the argument I want to make to you today is that all prophets are the same. They're all divinely inspired. They're all speaking a certain truth. So by understanding other prophets of that region, of that culture, we gain insight into the true thinking of Zarathustra. Okay? So this is Rumi, who is considered the greatest Persian poet who has ever lived. He lived in the 13th century, which is about 3,000 years after Zarathustra. In many ways, if you actually read his poetry, he is the reincarnation of Zarathustra, okay? So we're going to read a bit of his poetry. And then once you read his poetry, it will give you insight into the cosmology of Zoroastrianism. All right. I see so deeply with myself. I so see deeply with myself, not needing my eyes, I can see everything clearly. Why would I want to bother my eyes again now that I see the world through his eyes, okay? Through the eyes of Asha, through the eyes of the monad, through Ahura Mazda, okay? That's how you should be seeing, okay? In other words, you should be seeing the world through your imagination. You can imagine a better world. If you imagine a better world, you can create a better world. So don't be fooled by the material world around us. It's all fake. It's all an illusion. Not Christian or Jew or Muslim, not Hindu, Buddhist, Sufi, or Zen. Not any religion or cultural system. I'm not from the East or the West, not out of the ocean or up from the ground, not natural or ethereal, not composed of elements at all. I do not exist, am not an entity in this world or in the next, do not descend from Adam and Eve or any origin story. My place is placeless, a trace of the traceless, neither body or soul. I belong to the beloved, have seen the two worlds as one, and that one called and know, first, last, outer, inner, only that breath, breathing human being, okay? Does that make sense to you? We're all part of God. That's our true nature. There's a divine spark in us. Don't be fooled by the material world, okay? And don't be fooled by labels. Christians, Buddhists, Jews, there's no difference. We're all children of God, okay? We're all the same. So don't be fooled by labels. Okay, so there's a joke. Okay, the joke is this. God and Satan are fighting over humanity. And God says to Satan, humans have discovered religion, therefore I have won. And then Satan says, yeah, but then I'll just organize it. Okay? So the idea is that religion is great, okay? I'm a big supporter of religion, but organized religion is problematic because organized religion serves the interests of the priests who control the religion. Okay? And that's why there are these differences in these religions, in Buddhism, in Judaism, in Islam, in Christianity, because the people in charge need to differentiate the religion in order to exploit you, okay? In order to justify their existence. But at the end of the day, we're all connected to the divine, and all that matters is that connection, okay? So all these differences is something that is artificially created to fool us. All right. All day I think about it, then at night I say it. Where did I come from and what am I supposed to be doing, okay? I have no idea. My soul is from elsewhere, I'm sure of that, and I intend to end up there. Okay? I don't remember where I came from, but I know that I must have come from somewhere, okay? This drunkenness began in some other realm, some other tavern. When I get back around to that place, I'll be completely sober. Meanwhile, I'm like a bird from another continent sitting in its aviary. The day is coming when I fly off, but who is it now in my ear who hears my voice? Who says words within my mouth? Who looks out with my eyes? What is a soul? I cannot stop asking. If I could taste one sip for an answer, I could break out of this prison for drunks. I didn't come here of my own accord. I can't leave that way. Whoever brought me here will have to take me home, okay? This is beautiful, and it's also a rewriting of Plato's allegory of the cave, right? This is a prison for drunks. Here, we're all drunk. We're all blind from our true reality. This is a prison. When we return to the monad, to our master, then we'll see the truth for ourselves, okay? All right, so here's another poor prophet, Friedrich Nietzsche, okay? Friedrich Nietzsche is one of the three great German philosophers of the past 500 years. Immanuel Kant, Friedrich Hegel, and Friedrich Nietzsche. And Friedrich Nietzsche thus spoke Zarathustra. And he wrote in a very interesting way. He likes to take these long walks. He can walk for like hours and hours in the mountains. And then now and then he feels as though he's being seized, okay? a force has seized him and compels him to speak. And he believes this person is Zarathustra. Okay? So he wrote a book, and it's just a recollection of all the moments when he was seized by Zarathustra and forced to speak his words. All right? And when we actually read what Nietzsche writes, you will see that it's actually pretty similar to what Zarathustra himself promoted during his time. Of course, Nietzsche is promoting it in a more modern contemporary lens. Okay? So if Zarathustra were to come back, he would basically be Nietzsche. Okay? So in many ways, Nietzsche and Rumi are reincarnations of Zarathustra. They're all trying to speak a divine truth to humanity. All right, so this is the prologue, the first page of Thus Spake Zarathustra, okay? And what you will notice, okay, look for this. What you will notice is that this is exactly like the allegory of the cave, okay? All right, when Zarathustra was 30 years old, he left his home and the lake of his home and went into the mountains. There he enjoyed his spirit in his solitude, and for 10 years did not wear of it. But at last his heart changed, and rising one morning with a rosy dawn, he went before the sun, and spake thus unto it. Thou great star, what would thy happiness if thou had not those for whom thou shinest? For 10 years hast thou climbed hither unto my cave. Thou would have weather of thy light and of the journey, had it not been for me, mine eagle and my serpent. But we awaited thee every morning, took from thee thine overflow, and bless thee for it. Lo, I am weary of my wisdom, like the bee that hath gathered too much honey. I need hands outstretched to take it. I would fain bestow and distribute until the wise have once more become joyous in the folly, and the poor happy in their riches. Therefore must I descend into the deep, as thou dost in the evening, when thou go behind the sea, and give light also the nether world, thou exuberant star. Like thee must I go down, as men say, to whom I shall descend. Okay? So Zarathustra has hid himself in the cave. And inside the cave, in solitude, he has discovered Asha. He has discovered the secrets of the universe, and he's discovered that this is not enough. I must now go shine the light on everyone. Otherwise, I can never achieve Asha fully. Okay? So it's exactly like the allegory of the cave, where the prisoner, he escapes into the light, and he's happy until he realizes that you can't be happy alone. You have to share this happiness with everyone else, okay? So it's exactly like the allegory of the cave. All right, let's continue. Though implantest thy highest aim to the heart of those passions, then became thy virtues and joys. And though thou wert of the race of the hot-tempered, or the voluptuous, or the fanatical, or the vindictive, all thy passions in the end become virtues, and all thy devils angels. Once had those wild dogs in thy cellar, but they change at last into birds and charming songstresses. Out of thy poisons breed thou balsam for thyself, thy cow affliction milk so. Thou drinketh thou the sweet milk of her udder. And nothing evil grow in thee any longer, unless it be the evil that grow out of the conflict of thy virtues. My brother, if thou be fortunate, then wilt thou have one virtue and no more. Thus goes thou easier over the bridge. Illustrious is to have many virtues, but a hard lot. And many a one have gone into the wilderness and killed himself, because he was aware of being the battle and battlefield of virtues. Okay, the question then is, if our master is wisdom, why do we live in a world of hate, of evil, of sin? And the answer is, because virtue must come from vice. Good can only come from evil. Okay? To live in good forever is to live in ignorance. Okay? We are born in the drush so that we may discover Asha. From our struggles, we will discover what truly good is. And that's a gift that God has given us. To grow, to live in a time of evil so that we ourselves may create good for humanity. Okay? That's the central message of this. Without vice, there can be no virtue. And to have one virtue itself is not enough. You must be constantly in a battle to create more and more virtue. Okay? So if you are a man of sin or a woman of evil, be thankful, because now is your opportunity to be a star, a sun that through transformation of oneself can brighten the world, okay? And when you do that, you transform the world, And then after you do that, your next battle is to go and transform someone else. Or to look deeper and discover the evil in you, okay? So don't worry about the world itself, just worry about you yourself. Because within yourself is a universe of evil that can be transformed into a universe of good. So one really important thing I have to say is that this is not Buddhism, okay? The structure and the framework are very similar, but what Zoroastrianism fundamentally says is that compassion is not enough, okay? You have to act, because justice is about action. If you see injustice, you must speak out. You can't be like, oh, I'm indifferent because I'm compassionate, okay? That's not enough. You have to act out. And that's why people who believe in this religion were so creative, okay? Because they believe in action. Being indifferent is simply it's basically being complicit in the system, all right? All right, ye tell me, life is hard to bear, but for what purpose shall you have your pride in the morning and your resignation in the evening? Life is hard to bear, but don't affect to be so delicate. We are all of us fine sumpter asses and she asses, okay? What we have in common with a rosebud, which trembleth because a drop of dew hath formed upon it. It is true that we love life, not because we are wont to live, but because we are wont to love. Love is asha, right? We always want to achieve asha. There is always some madness in love, but there's always also some method in madness. And to me also, who appreciate life, the butterflies and soap bubbles and whatever is like them amongst us, seem most to enjoy happiness. To see those light, foolish, pretty, lively little sprites flit about, that move Zarathustra to tears and songs. I should only believe in a God that would know how to dance. And when I saw my devil, I found him serious, thorough, profound, solemn. He was a spirit of gravity. Through him, all things fail. Okay, so what Nietzsche hates is organized religion. Because organized religion, it is very serious, very somber. It basically wants to enslave us, right? It's like, don't do anything bad, don't drink, don't smoke, don't have sex, or you'll burn in hell, okay? That's very serious. And what Zarathustra and what Nietzsche is saying is that that's not what Asha is, man. Asha is to recognize that the world is beautiful, that Ahura Mazda is all merciful, all forgiving, all love, all compassion. And you must delight in the world because that's why he created us, okay? So the only way to survive this world of evil is to recognize that beauty is everywhere around us. And it's our responsibility to discover this beauty and to celebrate this beauty, okay? Dance, sing, make love, laugh, smile. That's what life is about, okay? If a priest is telling you, hey, meditate for your life because only through that will you avoid sin, he's a devil, man, okay? Because he's denying you your free will. He's denying you your capacity to love, to seek after yourself, okay? But one day will the solitude weary thee, one day will thy pride yield and thy courage quail, though one day cry, I'm alone. One day will those see no longer thy loftiness and see too closely thy lowliness. Thus solemnity itself will frighten thee as a phantom. Thou will one day cry, all was false. So life is a constant struggle, okay, between hope and tragedy. There are some days when you will be very hopeful, but then some days when you'll be very depressed. That's just the process of life. And that's just a process of wisdom, okay? To seek wisdom, you always have to constantly destroy yourself. You have to destroy the world around you. And it's a never-ending process of pain and suffering and tragedy, but it will gradually lead you to enlightenment. What's really important is to act, okay? To seek self-destruction. So another way of saying this is always assume that whatever you know, no matter how truthful, is probably wrong. And to go and negate yourself, okay? It also means leaving your family, leaving your comfort zone. All right. A heretic will thou be to thyself. Okay, a heretic is someone who doubts yourself, right? Saying, everything I've known is wrong, okay? So another way of saying this, and I know it's hard to understand, is you come to my class for a semester, and everything I teach you, you're like, wow, this makes a lot of sense, okay? And every day you're excited, you learn a lot. But at the end of the semester, what you want to say is, everything I learned this semester is wrong. So I'm going to learn for myself. I'm going to negate everything I've learned and believe everything I've learned is deceitful so that I can rebuild my own knowledge. And through that process will you actually achieve enlightenment, okay? The truth it has to be to you. There can be no truth for everyone. The truth has to be for you, and you must fight for it every day, okay? Ready must thou be to burn thyself in thy own flame, okay? You must destroy yourself. How could thou become new if thou have not first become ashes? Do you understand? To live is to die. If you really want to understand, you must first destroy everything that you think you understand in order to build a new understanding. Though lonesome one, though go the way of the creating one, a God will thou create for thyself out of the seven devils. Though lonesome one, thou goes the way of the loving one. Thou loves thyself, and on account despise thou thyself, as only the loving one despise. To create, desire the loving one, become, because he despise. What know he of love, who have not been obliged to despise just what he loved? Okay, this is a really hard concept to understand, but in the Buddhist tradition, it's like, avoid anger. No. Embrace your anger. Embrace your hate. Because hate and love go together. Anger and calm go together, okay? So by going to one extreme, you can now embrace the other extreme. And your life is a constant struggle between these two different extremes. When you negate yourself, when you move into nothingness, you can only move into ignorance and slavery. Okay, does that make sense? You are born with two natures. You must let these two natures fight, okay? All right. When Zarathustra had spoken these words, he paused like one who had not said his last word, and long did he balance the staff doubtfully in his hand. At least he spoke thus, and his voice had changed. I now go alone, my disciples. Ye also now go away, and alone, so will I have it. Verily I advise you, depart from me and guard yourselves against Zarathustra. And better still, be ashamed of him. Perhaps he have deceived you. The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also hate his friends. Okay? You want true knowledge? You can learn from me, but at the end, we must leave each other. And you must say, he's now my enemy. I must now destroy him. If I really want to be myself, I need to destroy my teachers in order to discover my true self. Okay? And as you can imagine, most people don't want to do this. Most people just want to cling to their mother, want to cling to the teacher. But you can never achieve true asha if you do this. Okay? Ye love your virtue as a mother loved her child, but when did one hear of a mother wanting to be paid for her love? It is your dearest self, your virtue. The ring's thirst is in you. To reach itself again, struggle every ring and to turn itself. And like the star that go out, so is every work of your virtue. Ever is its light on its way and traveling. And when will it cease to be on its way? Thus is the light of your virtue still on its way, even when its work is done. Be it forgotten and dead, still its ray of light live and travel, okay? So when we die, our bodies decompose. But what's still left is our virtue. Okay? That's who we are, our virtue. All that good we've done in the world. All the knowledge, all the enlightenment, all the emotions that we've generated, okay? That will be eternal. And so we must embrace this nature and become virtue itself, okay? Being human is to be first and foremost virtuous, to seek asha. For this is the truth. I have departed from the house of the scholars, and the door have I also slammed behind me. Too long did my soul sit hungry at their table. Not like them have I got the knack of investigating as a knack of nut cracking. Freedom do I love, and the air over fresh soil. Rather would I sleep on ox skins than on their honors and dignities. I am too hot and scorched with thine own thought. Often is it ready to take away my breath. Then have I to go into the open air and away from all dusty rooms. But they sit cool in the cool shade. They want everything to be merely spectators, and they avoid sitting where the sun burns on the steps. Like those who stand in the street and gape at the passers-by, thus do they also wait and gape at the thoughts which others have thought, okay? So this is a radical idea, but it's very true. You go to university not to learn how to think, but to fall into ignorance, okay? Why? Because the professors there, the priests there, They have departed from reality and they've chosen to live a life of comfort, of ease, of pleasure. And as a result, they can't know anything. True knowledge can only be found in the everyday, in the mundane, with ordinary people. That's where God is. Okay? Universes are constructed to be away from God. They are temples for the comfort of priests. So if you want true knowledge, go out into the world and talk to ordinary people. Suffer. Okay? All right, so that's it, okay? So now you can understand the beauty and power of Zarathustra. And I really do believe this. I really believe that Nietzsche was channeling Zarathustra. But he was channeling in a way for the common mind, okay? Because the thing about Asha is that it's always changing, all right? The Asha that was true 3,000 years ago is not the Asha that's true for us today, all right? And what's really important to understand is that Asha is constantly becoming. So you have to constantly work towards it. There's no end point to Asha, all right? And Asha is going to be different for everyone. But if everyone's moving towards Asha, then the world becomes a more virtuous, a better place, and a more just place. Okay? So, any questions, guys? All right. So, last class, I gave a lecture on the Bible. And I made a mistake in my lecture. So, in my discussion about the story of the patriarchs, between the love story of Rachel and Jacob, I said that Jacob had to work 7 years for Rachel after his marriage to Leah. But as this Substack subscriber, Cole, tells me, actually, that's not what the Bible says. The Bible says that Laban, the father, gave Rachel to Jacob right away. But then he had to work 7 years to pay off that debt. Okay, so thank you to Cole for correcting the error. In fact, I probably made a lot of small errors in my talk last class. And I obviously make a lot of mistakes every class, okay? So I apologize for that. But the thing about this class, and it's really important for us to remember, is that this is a class not about answers, it's about questions, okay? So what makes this class interesting and special is that we're always asking the hard questions. What does it mean to be human? Where do we come from? Why are we here? Where are we going? Okay? We're always asking these questions because these are questions that actually matter for us. Okay? That's the first thing. Second thing is that I'm constantly in the process of becoming. I'm constantly trying to discover the answers. And so for me, this is a journey. So for example, Zarathustra is a revelation to me. Before, I didn't know about Zarathustra. And I made a lot of mistakes. So for example, I said that Christianity was the first monotheistic religion last semester. And now I recognize that's wrong. It's actually Zoroastrianism, okay? So I'm constantly in the process of discovery, of becoming. And what's really important is that we continue to speculate. We continue to explore together. All right? And so if you don't like what I say this class, or you don't like my opinion, just wait a year or two and I'll probably change my opinion. Okay? Because that's what true knowledge is about. If you really want to pursue knowledge, you must be willing to, as Nietzsche, as Zarathustra says, you constantly need to destroy yourself, to burn yourself into ashes so that you may build yourself anew. Okay? And that's what the process of real education should be about. Okay? So in this class, I'm not here to give you easy answers. I'm not here to give you facts that you must memorize. I'm here to ask you questions that help you better understand yourself and better understand the world around you. To help, this class is about conversation, dialogue, and debate. Okay? All right? So, any questions, guys? Yeah. Sorry. Let me give you the mic.
So as to say, the ashes is different for different individuals. So I was thinking about an example is so Hitler as a racist, he not only himself but he also making some like a lot of people to hate Jews, and let's assume that he think Jews are evil in his heart and trying to destroy them. So if he think that this is real justice, does this still count for Ash?
Okay, look. It's a very sensitive topic, Hitler and the Holocaust. I don't want to spend too much time on it, okay? But if you truly understand Asha, if you truly understand Zarathustra, what it would say is that our Master is complete forgiveness, compassion, and love. Okay? So whatever we do in this world will be forgiven in the end. I know, I understand this is hard for a lot of people to accept. I know that we grew up knowing that there must be evil in this world because of the Holocaust, and there must be Satan and all that. But if you really want to discover Asha, you have to let go of these ideas and understand that in the end, all will be forgiven. Okay? I'm sure that there are people you hate in this world and you think that they must burn in hell because of all the evil they've done in this world. But if we want to appreciate Asha, if we really want to discover the truth, okay, we need to let go of this hatred. We need to let go of this judgment, okay? The very point of Asha is don't worry about other people. Just worry about yourself. Don't compare yourself to other people. Compare yourself to yourself, okay? And so how do you know you're moving towards Asha? Because you can feel it, all right? The problem is what keeps us from Asha are two things, our ego and our fear. We want to be liked by everyone, our ego, okay? And our fear of rejection, people, of saying something that offends other people, of being politically correct. Okay? Like, I know that in my class, I offend a lot of people. And I get shouted at all the time on YouTube, and I know that, okay? But if I want to achieve Asha, I need to take this risk. Okay? Because at the end of the day, what matters is my own individual pursuit of the truth. What others think of me does not matter. Okay? So the problem in our society is we're brainwashed into thinking that the opinions of others matter, okay? What your teacher says about you matters because the teacher recommendation will decide whether or not you get into a good university. How much money you make matters because that will give you status in society, okay? And what Zarathustra, what Nietzsche, what Rumi, what Plato, they're all saying is this. It doesn't matter, man. What matters, if you want true happiness, if you want true enlightenment, if you want Asha, you have to embark on a personal journey that requires solitude, that requires rejecting everything that you've known in the past so that you can rebuild yourself. Once you make that decision, Asha will come to you naturally. Okay? But first and foremost, what you need to do is let go of these prejudices, let go of these ideas that have been put into you. Okay? I know, yes, I know I will get shouted out. I know get cursed online for saying, Hitler will be forgiven. But Hitler will be forgiven because everyone will be forgiven, okay? Everyone will be forgiven. Okay? There is no hell. I'm sorry to say this, okay? I'm sorry to say, but there is no hell. Hell is what we create in our hearts. Okay? Everyone will be forgiven. All right? But thank you for the question. Any more questions? Okay.
My question would be, I know that Asha for everyone will have different, but will it change in a different period, like when I was being as a child or when I grow up? Would that change?
Okay, so I'm not a Zoroastrian priest, and I don't want to insult the religion, okay? Because what they will tell you is that at the end of the day, Asha is virtue, and God is virtue, okay? So when you do Asha, you're moving towards God, which is perfection, okay? But I think that what Nietzsche would say, and maybe Zarathustra, but I think Nietzsche would definitely say this, is that God is creativity, okay? So so what you really want to do is when you move towards Asha is to constantly reinvent yourself, to discover new ideas about yourself. And this is a never-ending process, okay? There's no finale to it. If there's no finale to it, that means that each of us will live our own individual lives that's different from others, okay? And so what this means is that Asha will become different for each of us. But what's important is, and Rumi would say this, everyone would say this, is follow your heart, okay? Ignore what others think. Dissipate your fears, okay? Kill your fears. And just believe in yourself, follow your heart, and Asha will come naturally to you, okay? And when that happens also, God will come naturally to you. And you will discover new truths, new powers, new understandings that will bring you greater happiness in life, okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, great. Any more questions, guys? All right.
Mean that we'll never.
Yeah?
So does that mean we'll never be like, not physically, but like with Asha, but like we're always trying to get closer with them?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so again, there's no end point, okay? There's no destination here, okay? It's becoming, okay? It's a constant process of becoming. And it's not possible to seek Asha in one lifetime, right? That's why we are reincarnated, because we come back and we do it over again and we move closer towards Asha each time. But there can never be an end point, okay? Because let's just say you reach that end point. Guess what? Everyone else hasn't. So you have a duty now to help other people, okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. So if you move closer to Asha, you also want to move others closer to Asha. So it's a constant struggle, but that's what gives meaning and purpose to the universe. The fact that we're all striving to be better, okay? Virtue, truth, Asha, these are all we strive for, okay? There can be no perfection. There can just be only a process of becoming, right? Does that make sense? Okay, so look, I mean, I know people want simple answers. I know that, there'll be a final judgment, we're going to go to heaven, and we'll live happily ever after, okay? That's not what the truth is. The truth is that the universe is a constant process of becoming, of struggle, of pain, of tragedy. But from that, we can build hope and virtue and good, okay? All right, so thank you. So what I've done is I've gone over into the three major civilizations, okay? The Greeks, the Israelites, and the Persians that have come after the collapse of the Bronze Age, okay? What I'm going to do next week is I'm going to show you how these three civilizations interact with each other, okay? We're going to go into the history of these civilizations, okay? All right, so I'll see you guys next week. So we have 10 more classes left in the lecture series. In these 10 classes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how the American Empire will fall, and I will show you that what will replace the American Empire is Israel, what we call Pax Judaica. So for these next 10 classes, we will do an overview of history and show you why history will lead ultimately to the Pax Judaica, okay? All right, so let's do some questions from YouTube that my wife has picked out. She reads all the comments. She loves reading the comments. And she sends comments to me to reply to, okay? So the first comment is, how do we restore our right hemisphere? Or how do we become more creative? And the answer is that you have to reject materialism. That's the only way, okay? You have to reject money, you have to reject power, you have to reject materialism in order to embrace your creativity and your right hemisphere. As a society, what will have to happen is a major crisis that threatens our very existence for us to come together and for us to be more altruistic and more creative. A possibility is that if you really want to activate your right hemisphere, then you fall in love and you have children. Or you could also choose to volunteer, help other people, be kind and generous to other people, okay? So that's how you activate your right hemisphere. The second question is, do you only give lessons to one class? How's your journey to find some LSD? Okay, so I'm only teaching one lecture series, but to 3 different sections, okay? LSD, psychedelics, I'm very interested in psychedelics. I myself do not want to partake in psychedelics because I don't really understand why I need to. I read a lot of books. I practice a very altruistic lifestyle, and therefore I don't feel as though I need psychedelics to break out of this materialistic world, okay? I'm already connected to the divine. So, yeah. Okay, let's move on. All right, some more questions. Could you make a video on how to understand history without bias? And a response is, first of all, it's impossible to be unbiased, okay? And that is correct. We're all subjective. He suggests that you have to look at documents and try to be really critical when you analyze documents. And that's correct as well, okay? The problem is that often we don't have documentation, or we have documentation from only one source. So it's very hard to do. So what I'm trying to do with this class is try to propose a new theory of how to understand history. And if you adopt this model, I guarantee you that your understanding of history will improve, and also your understanding of how the world works will improve as well. So there are three components to this new history model, which I call predictive history, okay? The first is to understand historical patterns. And so when you try to look at history and the event there, you ask yourself, does this fit into a larger pattern or model of history? If it does, it's probably correct. If it doesn't, then there's something wrong here, okay? Second tool is the idea of game theory. And the idea of game theory is to understand that all historical actors are motivated by their interests or worldview. And so are you looking at all different historical actors, and are you trying to figure out what their best strategy is, okay? And the third facet is the idea of religious eschatological. What this means is that all cultures, all individuals have a certain religious outlook, a religious worldview. And you can often find this worldview within their sacred texts. For example, the Bible or the Quran, okay? And these texts will give you insight as to how they perceive history, but also how they want history to eventually develop, so you can understand their strategies moving forward, okay? All right, and we will look at these three strategies, and we will adapt them for our historical understanding, okay? All right, another question is, this is really interesting. The question is, most of the greats across history were not Jewish. The domination by Jews of various industries is a relatively new phenomenon. Is it possible that their creativity and power is a result of political shifts and education in the Bible? Okay, this is a really good criticism of my previous lecture. And yeah, I mean, the idea is that maybe there's certain aspects of the Jewish culture that makes them dominant in an industrial, capitalistic, globalized world. And there is some truth to that, but I often think about Chinese people because Chinese people are extremely materialistic. Like Chinese love money, but we're not as creative as Jewish people. So I think that being materialistic, being capitalistic, it's not enough. You also need to have an element of creativity within your culture. And that's why I think that the Bible helps us better understand the success of Jews better, okay? So this is a really good point. And also what's really important to understand is that this is a class on intellectual speculation, okay? We're trying to figure out theories. We're trying to play with ideas. There's no truth there, okay? So take everything I say with a grain of salt, doubt whatever I say. This class is really meant to be a platform or a jumping board for you to undertake your own intellectual journey, okay? All right, so please keep that in mind. But we're going to look more closely at this question today. Okay, why is it that Jews are so dominant? So we will look at the beginning of the Jewish people. And I'm going to make the argument to you that Israel and the Jewish identity are constructs of the imperial imagination. Okay, and this is hard to understand, so I'm going to explain it to you slowly. But the idea is that because of its geographic location, Israel has always been historically important. And as a result, different empires have tried to manipulate the identity of Israel to best promote their own agenda or policies. Okay, so I know this is a hard concept to understand, but we'll go for it slowly. And again, we're spending like the rest of the semester on this major thesis of ours. Okay, so let's talk about history. Okay, so what we did last week is look at the cultures that have emerged out of Bronze Age collapse, and which are now going to dominate history. Okay, they are the Greeks, the Persians, and the Israelites. Okay, now we're going to look at how these ideas play out in history. But for us to do that, we first need to understand how history works. Now, I've identified 3 different patterns of geopolitics. Okay, and I want you guys to remember these patterns. The first pattern is this. This is really important I didn't understand. Competition within nation states are what matter. Okay? Competition between nation states don't really matter, or they're not as significant as competition within nation states. And the idea we have here is elite overproduction. So what drives a lot of conflict is the fact that domestically you have these different competing factions, and they're all competing for power. Okay? So you have too many elites, too few status positions, and so they're competing against each other. And this drives a lot of conflict. Okay, so that's the first idea. Second idea is that the elite have shifting loyalties. Okay, think of Game of Thrones. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the TV series or read the books Game of Thrones, but everyone wants to be king, right? And they're gonna kill their brother. They're gonna kill their father. They're gonna kill their mother to be king. Okay, and so the elite don't really have loyalties except to themselves. The world is just a Game of Thrones. Okay. Now, the third thing is that war can be a mechanism to protect the status quo. All right, the idea of equilibrium, in that sometimes the conflict is really bad. So what you do, you start a war so you can start off people to get killed. Okay, and that way you can maintain equilibrium within your system. And we'll see this we'll see this pattern throughout human history. Okay, so these are the 3 ideas I want you guys to remember as we move on and discuss world history. All right, so I want to give us an example for us to understand. Okay, think of the Warring States period of China before the emergence of the first empire, the Qing Empire. Okay, and as you can see from this map, China is divided into different warring states that are all powerful. And at this time in history, the Qing state is the poorest, it's most isolated, and it is the least advanced. Okay, you can see that Chu, Zhao, they are more powerful. And you can argue that eventually one of them would emerge to unite all of China, but they did not. It was the Qing, the isolated, marginalized, backward state that came to conquer. And so the question is, why did this happen? And so if we use our 3 principles, right, we can understand why. These different states are not competing against each other. It's the elites within these states that are competing against each other, okay? Elite overproduction. So the way they manage this is for them to use warfare in order to maintain the status quo, to create equilibrium, okay? And how we know is, from this time emerges the idea of Chinese chess, right? What is Chinese chess? Chinese chess is the idea of warfare that is regulated, that is ritualized. Okay, so when we go to war, when we battle each other, we have to respect each other's the rules of the warfare. That's stupid. War should be about killing the other guy. It shouldn't be about following the rules. Okay. Also, another piece of evidence is at this time in history, Sun Tzu wrote the book *The Art of War*. This is one of the stupidest books ever written. Okay. I guarantee you, if you follow this book, you're going to lose the war badly, because this is really about how to cheat in a heavily regulated game, okay? So things like using spies, making a high ground, okay? They have all these rules. And guess what? In an actual war, none of these things actually work, okay? So if you look at history, I'm gonna tell you exactly how to win a war, okay? And the way you win a war is, first of all, you have to be completely committed to winning this war. Okay, total warfare. Second is that if you want to win this war, you have to make sure that talent arises. So you have to be open and meritocratic, okay? If an officer, if a general is winning this war, you promote him. That sounds easy, right? But not if you're status quo power. Because what's important to you is to maintain that your family is always on top. So if a general arises who is very innovative, who's really talented, you kill him because he's a threat to you, okay? So the third principle is make sure your soldiers are happy. I know it sounds really simple, but again, if you're a status quo power, you don't really care. Okay? Destroy enemy civilian centers, siege warfare. Okay? Go and destroy the city because that's how they produce their war capacity, right? The food, the soldiers, right? Kill civilians. Destroy supply lines. Overstretch your enemy, divide and conquer, strike fear in your enemy, kill their gods, okay? If you really want a war, if you really want to win a war, this is what you have to do. And we know because this is what the Romans did. This is what the Prussians did. This is what the Aztecs did. This is what the conquistadors did. Okay? This is what the Mongols did. Every single power that has conquered everyone else has done all these things, okay? So when they don't do these things, it's because these different warring states aren't actually at war with each other. They're actually friends, okay? They're all intermarried with each other. They're all trying to maintain the status quo. They use war as a game in order to maintain the status quo, to create equilibrium, okay? So this is true for Mesopotamia, okay? Mesopotamia is important because remember, this is the cradle of civilization. This is where the first empires will emerge. This is where most technological innovation happens. This was for the longest time the wealthiest part of the world. Okay, so remember, the idea of Mesopotamia is that the first city-state is Uruk, and then they will develop colonies throughout the Tigris and Euphrates, and then these colonies will come into war with each other. And they're all friends of each other, they're all intermarried, and the elite create these highly ritualized warfare, okay? And one really important rule is that you don't kill each other's god, okay? Because in their religion, the god lives in their temple. So you don't attack their temple. But guess what? All their money, all their gold is in the temple, okay? So you're not allowed to steal each other's gold. That's stupid, okay? Because now, you really don't accomplish that much with warfare. So for the longest time, this was the status quo. And then what will happen is a man named Luca Zagazzi, okay? And you can think of him as lower nobility. So what we'll see in history is that within a city-state, there's always been a conflict between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, okay? The upper nobility is in charge. They want to maintain the status quo. The lower nobility want to steal that power, okay? This will happen in Rome, where Julius Caesar is of the lower nobility, and he will steal the power from the upper nobility, okay? The people call it optimates. And so Luca Zagazzi is from Umma, and he's like, you know what, screw this. These rules are stupid. I want to conquer everyone. I want to be the top dog, okay? So what he's doing that's very different from previous times is he's now going and ransacking each city's temple. So now he has the capacity to build an empire, okay? But by doing that, what happens is that the other city-states recognize him as a threat, and so they invite mercenaries from a place called Akkad to come and help them, okay? And this leads us to the first world empire called the Akkadian Empire, named by Sargon of Akkad. Now, his name is interesting. His name means legitimate ruler, which probably tells us he's not a legitimate ruler. He's probably a mercenary like David who stole the throne, okay? He saw an opportunity and he stole the throne. But this is a pattern in history where if there's competition among different city-states, the competition is not resolved amongst themselves because they have an equilibrium. So what happens is that an outsider, a mercenary, usually comes in who doesn't respect the rules, and he's able to unite everyone, okay, through innovations. So this is why the Qing dynasty, and not the Zhao or the Chu or the Wei, were able to unite all of China, because the Qing dynasty was committed to total warfare. They didn't care about your rules. They wanted to win. Okay? All right, so as you can see, the Akkadian Empire stretches throughout the Fertile Crescent, okay? conquers Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, extends over to Anatolia, and captures a lot of the Levant, okay? But this area, the Levant, is historically the most strategic location in the world. Why? Because it gives you access to Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Anatolia. Historically, the three wealthiest parts of the world. So whoever controls the Levant is able to always threaten Egypt. Okay? And for most of history, this part, the Levant, was an Egyptian colony. But remember that after the Bronze Age collapsed, Egypt was no longer able to project power in the Levant. And so the different empires fought for the Levant in order to threaten Egypt. Okay? So Jerusalem is literally the center of the world. And we'll see that throughout history, people have considered Jerusalem the center of the world, both for religious reasons, but also mainly for geopolitical and trade reasons, okay? Now, the other thing to remember about this area is that it's highly competitive because it's hard to protect Mesopotamia. Okay, it's very, very wealthy, but as you can see, there are these mountain tribes over here that can always threaten Mesopotamia, okay? So this is a pattern in history where whoever established an empire in Mesopotamia is always being threatened by the mountains, the regions, the borderlands. Okay, this is a pattern throughout Mesopotamian history, and that's why these empires change all the time. Okay, so this is the Babylonian Empire. This gives us Hammurabi. Okay, then you have the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrian Empire is famous for their brutality. They'll come, if you rebel against them, they will kill everyone. Okay, they're notorious for their brutality. Now remember, at this time in history, an empire is not the empire of today where you can exert authority everywhere. An empire at this time is you're mainly controlling certain choke points of trade, and everyone else just sort of like goes along because it benefits them. Okay, so an empire is more like a loose confederation as opposed to a nation state. Okay, so this is the Assyrian Empire. And this is the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Okay, so you have these empires that constantly change over time. History changes when a man emerges called Cyrus the Great. Okay, Cyrus the Great is the founder of something called the Persian Achaemenid Empire. So last class we discussed Zoroastrianism. And Zoroastrianism is really the first great world religion because it provides a simple but powerful model of how the world works. And Zoroastrianism is powerful because it encourages everyone to be their best, right? To seek Asha. Now, for most people, what Asha means is don't ever lie. Okay? And it is actually a really useful thing if you're trying to run an empire. Because when you run an empire, you need soldiers, you need generals, you need administrators, right? And if people don't lie, if people are honest and moral, well, you can expand really quickly, right? And so that's what Cyrus the Great did. Cyrus the Great is also known for his mercy and his generosity. So when he conquers a place, what he will do is he will identify the best people, maybe even the king himself, and make them advisors to his regime. Okay, he's known for his tolerance. He's known for his openness. And so what happens is that the Babylonian Empire basically surrendered to him without a fight. Why? Because of elite overproduction, right? You have this war going on between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, and they're like, you know what? Let's just invite Cyrus the Great, and then we don't have to fight each other anymore, okay? And that's how Cyrus the Great was able to build the first world empire, okay? This is Babylon, the fall of Babylon, and Cyrus the Great, there are different stories, but one story is that the elite basically invited him in order to resolve their inner conflicts with each other, okay? This is a tomb of Cyrus the Great. It's still in Iran today. There's a story that when Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, when he went to conquer the Persian Empire, he discovered that the Cyrus the Great, his tomb was in bad repair. They didn't really maintain or upkeep it. So he ordered for it to be properly maintained. Okay, that's probably the story is by the way probably false, but it shows you that at this time in history, about the year 300, 400, everyone. 300, 400 BCE, everyone was respectful of Cyrus the Great. Okay, Cyrus the Great is considered the world's greatest king or emperor. Okay, so as you can see, the Achaemenid Persian Empire is huge. Okay, it encompasses most of West Asia. Okay, so it goes from Iran all the way to Mesopotamia, to Anatolia, to parts of Greece, and basically all of Egypt and Libya. Okay, it's a huge area, and they were able to do this because of their innovations in religion as well as administration. Okay, all right. So let me explain. How do you rule empires usually? Okay, well, the traditional way is you control trade routes and access. Okay, so people have to pay you a tax to go through your trade routes. That's a traditional way. You can also use fear and conquest, and that's what the Assyrians were known for. They would come and they would kill everyone if you disobeyed them. You took hostages. That's a very common thing where you conquer people and you take the children of the king as hostages. Okay, intermarriage, religion. But what the Persians did really well that allowed for the Persian Empire to be so huge, as well as to be really well managed, are four things, okay? Effective administration. Again, when you have a religion, Zoroastrianism, where people can't lie, that's really good because these bureaucrats will now report real facts to the emperor, and that allows him to make better decisions, okay? Elite cooptation, meritocracy. And the idea here is that if you have a very effective administration, that allows for local elites to focus your energies on trying to join this administration as opposed to rebelling against you. Communication networks, okay? So things like roads, things like postal networks, okay? So the Persians create the first global postage system. And it was really effective where if you want to send mail from Egypt over to Mesopotamia, what would happen is you would have these royal roads where people would ride on horses and they could stop at basically a hostile, rest, and then keep on going, okay? And that way you can very quickly move information from one corner of the empire to the other. Okay? And the last is to divide and rule. Divide and rule is really important. So what they did was they basically had different power centers within a region. Okay, so you had the satraps, which were the local governors, but then you also had the you also had the bureaucrats. Okay, you also had the royal representatives. So these are different factions within a region. Okay, so divide and rule is probably the most effective way to control an empire. Okay. So now let's move on to Israel. Okay, we now know about the Persian Empire, how they managed their system and why they are so effective. Okay, now let's talk about Israel. So remember that we read the Bible, and the Bible came about because David needed to legitimize his rule. And after the Bronze Age collapsed, David created a Davidic kingdom in the Levant, because Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia were preoccupied, right? But because the Levant is so important, this Davidic kingdom doesn't really last that long. It lasts for like 80 to 100 years, okay? After Solomon, David's son, dies, Israel is divided into two parts. The northern kingdom, which gets conquered by Assyria, as well as Judah, okay, Jerusalem, which tries to maintain the Davidic kingdom, but doesn't last very long. At this time in history, the Israelites are being pulled in different directions, okay? The Anatolians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, because they are strategically very important. And so what's really hard for these empires is how do we maintain control over Jerusalem, okay? And they try different techniques. They try burning down their city centers, okay? So the Northern Kingdom was destroyed. You might have heard of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. They tried taking hostages, okay? But because this region is so volatile, nothing really works. And so the Jerusalem, the Israelites keep on rebelling. Okay? So this is the kingdom of Judah. And what happens is for the longest time, the Babylonians are trying to deal with the Israelites. Okay, so they take hostages. Okay, they take hostages, like thousands of them, and move them to Babylon, where they become scribes, where they become farmers, where they become merchants. Okay, but again, the region is so strategically important that Jerusalem, the Israelites, they switch loyalties all the time. Eventually, the Babylonians are so pissed off that they decide to burn down their temple. Okay? And so, at this point in history, the Israelites are now gone. Okay? Does that make sense? The Israelites are gone now. 587 to 6, we don't know when, but Babylonians destroy Jerusalem because they cannot, they tried many techniques to try to control Jerusalem. They can't do it. The Israelites are too rebellious, but it's too strategically important, so they destroy. So they decide, you know what, screw this. We'll just destroy the city. Okay. So when this happens, okay, this is really important to understand. The Israelites are gone. Okay. The people are still around. The identity of the Israelites are now gone. 539. Cyrus the Great conquers Babylon. Okay, and he says, I want the Israelites to return to Jerusalem. It's called the Edict of Cyrus. All right? And this is celebrated in the Bible. What is controversial is, why would he do such a thing? Okay? Because again, the Israelites are now gone. The Israelites who went to Babylonia, they may still keep their religion a bit, but they no longer have their land. They have changed as a people, okay? So as an Israelite, you pray in the temple. But the temple is now destroyed, so now you pray in the synagogue, okay? So the people have changed a great deal. So the question now is, why would Cyrus the Great go to Babylon and say, you know what, I want you Israelites to return to Jerusalem. I want you to reconstitute the nation of Israel. Why would he do that? Okay, so this is going to be a debate that will never ever end, okay? So the Bible tells us that Cyrus the Great did this because God told him to do that. Very, really simple. God says, I love my people, the Israelites, send them home, okay? And Cyrus the Great says, yes, of course, you're the great God, I'll do so, okay? Guys, that's how it happened, okay? All right, so there are different explanations. Maybe the idea is that Cyrus wants to show all the Persian Empire, I'm religiously tolerant. You can practice your religion, you can celebrate your religion. That's what the Persian Empire is, an open, tolerant, generous empire, okay? That's true. What's also true is that Cyrus found himself as a righteous and merciful king who wanted to be generous to everyone, okay? So he saw the Israelites wanted a home, he says, well, go home, okay? It's also possible that there's a faction within the Israelites who supported his Babylon takeover, okay? I don't know if this is true, it's probably not true, but we consider that as a possibility. That the Israelites in Babylon supported his takeover, and so to thank them, Cyrus said, fine, I'll give you back Jerusalem. Another possibility is that when Cyrus the Great conquered Babylon, he discovered that, you know what, these Israelites are really good administrators. And this is true throughout history because remember, the Israelites had their Bible, and their religion requires them to study the Bible. And as we discussed, the Bible is one of debate, openness, asking questions. And so these are very literate intellectuals. And they rise up very high in the Babylon administration. But this is true throughout history where Jewish people will rise very high in all empires, including the Islamic Empire, including the American Empire, okay? I think the best reason for what happened is divide and rule, okay? So the idea is that you need to control the Levant. Because the Levant gives you access to Egypt, which is historically the wealthiest part of the world, okay? Whoever controls Egypt controls the world. So what you do is you set up a group of people in the Levant that are only loyal to you. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? You set up people in the Levant that only exist because you, the empire, allow them to exist. If you, the empire, did not support them, then the locals, everyone in that region would get rid of them right away, okay? And that's why we have the Jews. So the Jews were invented by the Persians to control the Levant. The Jews is actually a Persian term, okay? So before the Jews were, of course, the Israelites. Now we have the Jews. All right, so this is Jerusalem. And as you can see, what's really important to understand is that this is actually only a really small part of the Levant. But this part is specifically for the Jews. And it's part of this Persian province called beyond the river. Okay? And they call it the province of Yahu. That's why we have the term Jews. Okay? Because they are part of the province of Yahu. And what's really important to understand is they're surrounded by enemies. The Sumerians are Israelites who have stayed in the Levant. Okay, do you understand? So most people around them are in fact Israelites who adapted to local circumstances. And that means that they practice different religions. That also means that they married foreign women as well. But they still consider themselves as Israelites, okay? Right? Does that make sense, guys? So, what happens is that these exiles from Babylon, they come back and they say, no, we're the true Israelites. You guys are the false Israelites. The reason why we're true is we have stayed loyal to our religion. Okay? So what's going to happen over the next few decades is almost a civil war between Israelites who've stayed and Israelites who left but come back. All right? And this is what the Persian Empire wants in order to maintain stability in the Levant. Right? Because you have this small minority of exiles from Babylon who've come back and they're in conflict with everyone else. All right? This is divide and rule. Okay, so could you, sorry, let me, okay. So could you help me read the Bible, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to read two books of the Bible. They're called Ezra and Nehemiah, okay? And these two books are really important. And they're not really discussed that often by scholars. But Ezra and Nehemiah shows us how Persia helped the Jews to reconstitute their nation, the process. And by studying these two books, it will give us insight into how current people in the nation of Israel think. And then we can analyze how they will behave moving forward, okay? All right, so can you read? This is the beginning of the book of Ezra, okay?
In the first year of King Cyrus of Persia, in order that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished, the Lord stirred up the spirit of King Cyrus of Persia, so that he sent a herald throughout all his kingdom, and also in a written edict declared.
Okay, so this is really important for us to understand, okay? According to the Bible, Cyrus is doing this because God told him to do this. Okay? Not because of imperial ambitions or imperial strategy, it's just God told him to do this, okay? Keep on going.
Thus says King Cyrus of Persia, the Lord, the God of heaven, has given me all the kingdoms of the earth, and he has charged me to build him a house at Jerusalem in Judah. Any of those among you who are of his people, may their God be with them, are now permitted to go up to Jerusalem in Judah and rebuild the house of the Lord, the God of Israel. He is the God who is in Jerusalem, and let all survivors in whatever place they reside be assisted by the people of their place with silver and gold, with goods and with animals, besides free will offsprings for the house of God in Jerusalem.
Okay, so Cyrus the Great is considered the Messiah by the Jews. The Jews are extremely thankful for Cyrus because not only does he allow them to go back to Jerusalem, but he also finances the rebuilding of the temple, okay? But when this happens, when they go back and try to rebuild a temple, the locals get pissed off, okay? Because, like, who are you people? You're stealing our religion. Like, what's going on here, okay? And this creates a lot of conflict. That's good for the Persian Empire because they want this conflict, right, as part of their divide and rule strategy, okay? All right.
When the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests in their vestments were stationed to praise the Lord with trumpets, and the Levites, the son of
the Levites are important. The Levites are actually the priest class of the Israelites, okay? Keep on going.
The sons of Asaph, with cymbals according to the direction of King David of Israel, and they sang responsively, praising and giving thanks to the Lord. For he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever towards Israel. And all the people responded with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests and Levites and heads of families, old people who had seen the first house on its foundations, wept with a loud voice when they saw this house, though many shouted aloud for joy, so that the people could not distinguish the sound of the joyful shout from the sound of the people's weeping, for the people shouted so loudly that the sound was heard far away.
This is the happiest moment in Jewish history, when they rebuild the temple, okay, what they call the Second Temple. And this is important because the Second Temple was destroyed. And what they want to do now in Israel is build the Third Temple. And this is important because the Third Temple sits on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in the Islamic world. So what this Bible is telling us that eventually the Israelis will destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque so that they can build the Third Temple, or what they call the Temple of Solomon, okay? All right, can you continue?
From one?
Yeah, when the adversaries.
When the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the returned exiles were building a temple to the Lord, the God of Israel, they approached Zerubbabel and the heads of families and said to them, "Let us build with you, for we worship your gods as you do."
Okay, so they're saying, we're Israelites just as you guys, okay? We stayed, but you guys left. So actually, we're better than you are, okay? Because we stayed, whereas you left. Okay, keep on going.
And we have been sacrificing to him ever since the days of King Esarhaddon of Assyria, who brought us here. But Zerubbabel, Joshua, and the rest of the heads of families in Israel said to them, "You shall have no part with us in building a house to our God, but we alone will build to the Lord, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus of Persia had commanded us."
This is really weird, right? You're all Israelites. Why is it that no, we are the true Israelites, you guys are the false Israelites, and so you can't help us? Okay? Why is there this conflict going on? Right? That's strange. And so the only way to understand this is the conflict is part of the imperial strategy. Okay? Divide and rule. Keep on going.
Then the people of the land discouraged the people of Judah and made them afraid to build, and they bribed officials to frustrate the plan throughout the reign of King Cyrus of Persia and until the reign of King Darius of Persia.
Okay, so they try to build the temple, but it doesn't really work out because there's so much opposition, right? the Jews who've come back from Babylon, it's like, we're the real Israelites, so only we can touch the temple. No one else can participate. And the others are like, this is wrong. We should all participate in the building of the temple. This is one religion, okay? So it seems as though these Jews in Babylon, they're actually imperial agents who are trying to sow discontent within the region. Okay? Sorry, this is a bit long, okay? But can you try to read?
Okay. This is a copy of the letter that King and can you help me?
Artaxerxes, okay?
Artaxerxes
is this great warrior in Persia, okay? Great warrior. Keep on going.
Gave to the priest Ezra, the scribe, a scholar of the text of the commandments of the Lord and his status for Israel.
Okay, so Ezra is one of these Israelites who comes from a family that was exiled to Babylon. Okay, but he's a priest and he's an intellectual. So he is considered actually the creator of the Bible that we have today. Okay, keep on going.
Artaxerxes, king of kings, to the priest Zerah, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven, peace. And now I decree that any of the people of Israel, of their priests or Levites in my kingdom who freely offers to go to Jerusalem may go with you. For you are sent by the king and his 7 counselors to make inquiries about Judah and Jerusalem according to the law of your God, which is in your hand, and also to convey the silver and gold that the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, who whose dwelling is in Jerusalem, with all the silver and gold that you shall find in the whole province of Babylonia, and with the free will offerings of the people and the priests given willingly to the house of their God in Jerusalem. With this money, then, you shall, with all diligence, buy bulls, rams, and lambs, and their grain offering and their drink offerings, and you shall offer them on the altar of the house of your God in Jerusalem.
Okay, stop. Okay, this is really important. Okay, this is a letter by King Artaxerxes authorizing Ezra to build the second temple. Okay, why is this important? Because this is called the Balfour Declaration, 1917. What's going to happen is that the British government, Lord Balfour, he writes to Lord Rothschild, who is a Jewish financier, and he says, actually, just read this, okay?
Okay. I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation.
Okay, this is almost like the Artaxerxes Declaration, right? You see how in the Bible, Artaxerxes writes a letter to Ezra and says, hey, I authorize you to go back to Jerusalem and build the second temple, right? So what's happening is that they're using the Bible as a script in order to facilitate their geopolitical ambitions. Okay, this is why reading the Bible is important, because once you read the Bible, you understand the Bible, you compare it to historical development, you're able to see the connections. And if you're able to see connections, you can also predict how they will develop over time, okay? So this Balfour Declaration creates the current nation of Israel, okay, which was founded in 1948. So like before, the nation of Israel was created by the British as part of their geopolitical strategy of dividing and conquering the Middle East. And we'll discuss this later on, okay? But it's really important for you guys to keep in mind as we move forward. All right, can you read the highlighted part, okay?
Okay. Oh my God, I'm too ashamed and embarrassed to lift my face to you, my God, for our iniquities have risen higher than our heads.
Okay, so this is a speech by Ezra, okay? He returns to Jerusalem, and now he has to reflect on what God wants, okay? So he's going to discuss why God exiled him Babylon, why God has allowed him to return, and what God wants him to do, okay? Keep on going.
And our guilt has mounted up to the heavens. From the days of our ancestors to this day we have been deep in guilt, and for iniquities we, our kings and our priests, have been handed over to the kings of the lands, to the sword, to captivity, to plundering, and to utter shame, as it now the case.
Okay, so why did the Israelites get exiled to Babylon? Because they refused to obey and worship Yahweh. Yahweh sent prophets. Yahweh warned them, but they kept on worshiping false gods. They kept on sinning. And so Yahweh's like, you know what? I really need to teach these guys a lesson, and that's why they exiled them to Babylon, so they can reflect and learn and grow as a people. Okay? Keep on going.
No, this is the case. But now for a brief moment, favor has been shown by the Lord our God, who has left us a remnant and given us a stake in his holy place, in order that he may brighten our eyes and grant us a little sustenance in our slavery. For we are slaves, yet our God has not forsaken us in our slavery, but has extended to us his steadfast love before the kings of Persia, to give us new life, to set up the house of our God, to repair its ruins, and to give us a wall in Judah,
And Jerusalem.
And in Jerusalem.
Okay, so Ezra's saying, okay, yeah, we screwed up, but God is forgiving, and now we have a second chance to prove ourselves to God. How do we prove ourselves to God? By making sure that we only worship him, okay? So this beginning of a Jewish monotheism, okay? Which was heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism. So in other words, the religion that the Jews will practice from now on is not the religion of the Israelites, which is polytheistic. They will now practice a new religion that's heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism, okay? Which is the Persian religion. Keep on going.
And now, our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken your commandments, which you are commanded by your servants, the prophets, saying, the land that you are entering to possess is a land unclean with the pollutions of the people of the lands, with their abominations. They have filled it from end to end with their uncleanness.
Okay, so this is a really important idea to understand. What Ezra is saying is this. These Israelites who've stayed are traitors. They are now unclean. Why? Because now they worship foreign gods. They're polytheistic. And as a result, we have to clean the land, okay? This is a fanatical understanding of Judaism. Okay, keep on going.
Therefore, do not give your daughters to their sons, neither take their daughters from your sons, and never seek their peace or propriety, so that you may be strong and eat the good of the land and leave it for an inheritance to your children forever.
Okay, keep on going.
After all that has come upon us for our evil deeds and for our great guilt, seeing that you, our God, have punished us less than our iniquities deserved, and have given us such a remnant at this, shall we break your commandment again and intermarry with the people who practice these abominations? Would you not be angry with us until you destroy us without remnant or survivor? O Lord, God of Israel, you are just, but we have escaped as a remnant, as is now the case. Here we are before you in our guilt, though no one can face you because of this.
Okay, so now God has forgiven us. We've returned to Jerusalem. We can't screw this up again, okay? And how do we prove our loyalty to God? By making sure that we are pure, okay? We're not going to marry other religions. We're not going to marry other people. We're just going to marry within ourselves. So Herodotus, in his histories, when he talks about the Jewish people, okay, he says the Jewish people are known for two things. The first thing they're known for is giving Sabbath on Saturday. So they don't work on Saturday because that's their law. The second thing that they're really known for is they don't marry outside their religion. Jewish women will refuse to marry foreign men. Okay? And so now we have the concept of blood purity. That is new. So remember, it's really important for us to understand, but the Jews and the Israelites are not the same people. Okay? In fact, what Ezra is doing is rejecting the Israelite heritage and establishing a new heritage based on blood purity and a monotheistic devotion to Yahweh. And this is new, okay? That's why I keep on saying this. The Jews of Persia are not the same as the Israelites of David. All right. So as you can see from this map, the Jews are in this area, and it's a very small part of the Levant, but it's a part of the Levant that's completely loyal to Persia, okay? Because you see everyone else as unclean, as the enemy. And if you're an empire, having the Jews around are really good for you, right? All right? And so the Jews are an invention of the Persians, but guess what? The nation of Israel is also an invention of the British Empire, and we'll discuss this later on. All right, so we move on to the second book called Nehemiah. So Ezra is the priest who will create the Bible. Nehemiah is the governor sent by the Persians to reestablish the Jewish nation, okay? So can you read the highlighted part?
At the time, I was cupbearer to the king.
Okay, cupbearer to the king is like a really powerful position, right? Because you can poison the king. So the king loves you. The king sees you as someone who is very competent, and you could possibly one day be prime minister or the first minister. Okay, keep on going.
In the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of King
Artaxerxes.
Artaxerxes, my bad. When wine was served him, I carried the wine and gave it to the king. Now I had never been sad in this presence before. So the king said to me, "Why is your face sad, since you are not sick? This can only be sadness of the heart." Then I was very much afraid. I said to the king, "May the king live forever. Why should my face not be sad when the city, the place of my ancestors' graves, lies waste and its gates have been destroyed by fire?" Then the king said to me, "What do you request?" So I prayed to the God of heaven. Then I said to the king, "If it pleases the king and your servant has found favor with you, I ask that you send me to Judah, to the city of my ancestors' graves, so that I may rebuild it." The king said to me, the queen also was sitting beside him, "How long will you be gone, and when will you return?" So it pleased the king to send me, and I set him a date. Then I said to the king, "If I pleases the king, let letters be given me to the governors of the province beyond the river, that they may grant me passage until I arrived in Judah, and a letter to Asimov, the keeper of the king's forest, directing him to give me timber to make beams for the gates of the temple fortress, and for the wall of the city, and for the house that I shall occupy." And the king granted me what I asked, for the gracious hand of my God was upon me.
Okay. So the Bible says that Nehemiah one day feels tremendous regret that the city of his ancestors has not been rebuilt. Okay, and he begs the king for permission to go back. Guys, this is not how empires work. Okay, this is not how empires work. You do not ask the king or the emperor for anything because he will just cut your head off. Okay. How empires work is that you have to read the king's intentions, right? You have to figure out, what does he really want? And then you have to say, "Please, please, I want to do this. Not because you asked me to do this, but because I want to do this myself." Okay? And I will work hard to achieve this ambition. That's how empires work. All right? The king does not tell you what he wants. You have to guess what he wants. If you can guess what he wants, then you get promoted. If you can't guess what he wants, then you get your head cut off, right? That's how empires work. This is important because when we move on to the nation of Israel, most people believe that the nation of Israel started with the Zionist movement, which came with the writing of a book called Judenland, Fatherland, written by this German Jewish journalist called Theodor Herzl. And so people say Zionism started 100 years ago. Guys, when we do the next state of Israel, we will discover that it's actually part of the British imperial policy. Okay? But the British themselves cannot be seen as the ones who are promoting the creation of the state of Israel, because it makes them look bad. Okay? Because everyone else would be like, "Why are you doing this?" Okay? So what they have to do is create a situation in which the Jews themselves want to create their own nation. The problem, though, is, this is really important, and we'll discuss this later, is that 100 years ago, guess what? Jews did not want to go to Jerusalem because they were happy where they were. Okay? There were a lot of Jews who were pretty happy in Babylon, but they were sent back in order to create this province, Judah, and to create all this conflict with the locals. Okay? That's how empires work. Okay, all right. So when Nehemiah goes back, what he's going to do is he's going to build the temple and he's going to build the walls. This is going to piss everyone off, right? Because, like, why would you do that? We're all living happily together. We're all one big family. And now you're building these walls, which means that you're better than us, or you're afraid of us, or you want to conquer us, okay? So this creates all these conflicts with the locals, which is, again, what the Persian Empire wants to happen. This is how empires work. All right. Okay, can you read?
Now there was a great outcry of the people and of their wives against their Jewish kin. For there were those who said, "With our sons and our daughters, we are many. We must get grain so that we may eat and stay alive." There were also those who said, "We are having to pledge our fields, our vineyards, and our houses in order to get grain during the famine." And there were those who said, "We are having to borrow money on our fields and vineyards to pay the king's tax." Now our flesh is the same as that of our kindred. Our children are the same as their children, and yet we are forcing our sons and daughters to be slaves, and some of our daughters have been ravished. We are powerless, and our fields and vineyards now belong to others.
Okay, so what's happening is that Nehemiah has gone back to create this new province of Jews. What he's discovering is that there's massive corruption and inequality among these Jews. And this is a problem because they're a minority in a very hostile region, right? Keep on going.
I was very angry when I heard their outcry and these complaints. After thinking it over, I brought charges against the nobles and the officials. I said to them, "You are all taking interests from your own people." And I called a great assembly to deal with them. And said to them, "As far as we were able, we have brought back our Jewish kindred who had been sold to other nations, but now you are selling your own kin, who must then be brought back by us." They were silent and could not find a word to say. So I said, the thing that you are doing is not good. Should you not walk in the fear of our God to prevent the taunts of the nations, our enemies? Moreover, I and my brothers and my servants are lending them money and grain. Let us stop this taking of interest. Restore to them this very day their fields, their vineyards, their olive orchards, and their houses, and their interests on money, grain, wine, and oil that you have been exacting from them. Then they said, "We will restore everything and demand nothing more from them. We will do as you say." And I called the priests and made them take an oath to do as they had promised. I also shook out the folds of my garment and said, "So many God shakes out everyone from house and from property who does not perform this promise. Thus may they be shaken out and emptied." And all the assembly said, "Amen," and praised the Lord. And the people did as they had promised.
Okay, so this is a really important aspect of the Jews that people don't really understand how unified they are, okay? An example is that if you're a Jewish person, you can always get an interest-free loan if you want to buy a house or start a business. Okay, that's pretty amazing, right? If we want to buy a house or want to start a business, we go to the bank, they're like, okay, we're going to charge you 10% interest, and maybe you can't afford that, right? But if you're a Jewish person, it doesn't matter how poor you are, there will always be Jewish organizations that can offer you interest-free loans if you want to start a business, or if you want to buy a house, if you want to do anything. Because Jews are not allowed to collect interest from each other. That's how unified they are as a people. Okay? Okay. So just read the top and then highlight it, and that's it, okay?
Okay. When the 7th month came, the people of Israel being settled in their towns, all the people gathered together into the square before the water gate. They told the scribe Ezra to bring the book of the law of Moses, which the Lord had given to Israel. Accordingly, the priest Ezra brought the law before the assembly, both men and women, and all who could hear with understanding. This was on the first day of the 7th month. He read from it facing the square before the water gate, from early morning until midday, in the presence of the men and women and those who could understand, and the ears of all the people were attentive to the book of the law.
Okay, so this is the last step of creating the Jewish identity, okay? So the idea of the Jewish identity is that they follow the laws of God. They do not marry outside their religion. They don't charge each other interest. They don't exploit each other. Okay, and the last thing is this. The last thing is that their historical memory is the Bible. Okay, who are we as Jewish people? What are our memories? It's whatever's written in the Bible. Okay, so Ezra is taking all these historical documents and he's combining them together in what today we call the Bible. Okay? And this makes the Jewish people extremely resilient because no matter where they are, no matter how low the publishing goes, their memory, their historical identity is always stored in one Bible. That makes them the world's most resilient, flexible, and open people. Okay? So this begins the Bible. Okay? Keep on going.
In those days, I saw in Judah people treating wine presses on the Sabbath
Sabbath is a Saturday, the day of rest, okay?
and bring in heaps of grain and loading them on donkeys, and also wine, grapes, figs, and all kinds of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I warned them at the time against selling food. Tyrians also, who lived in the city, brought in fish and all kinds of merchandise and sold them on the Sabbath to the people of Judah and in Jerusalem. Then I remonstrated with the nobles of Judah and said to them, "What is this evil thing that you are doing, profaning the Sabbath day? Did not your ancestors act in this way, and did not our God bring all this disaster on us and on the city? Yet you bring more worth on Israel by profaning the Sabbath." In those days also I saw Jews who had married women of Ashdod, Ammon, and Moab, and half of their children spoke the language of Ashdod, and they could not speak the language of Judah, but spoke the language of various people. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and beat some of them, and pulled out their hair. And I made them take an oath in the name of God, saying, "You shall not give your daughters to their sons, or take their daughters from your sons, or for yourselves." Did not King Solomon of Israel sin on account of such women? Among the many nations there was no king like him, and he was beloved by his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, foreign women made even him to sin. Shall we then listen to you and do all this great evil and act treacherously against our God by marrying foreign women?
Okay, so Nehemiah enforces two major laws. The first law is that you shall not work on the Sabbath because that is God's rest day, okay? Second major law is that if you marry a foreign woman, you must divorce her. He's bringing up families. Why? Because he believes that religious purity requires blood purity. If you marry a foreign woman, she's going to make you believe in their foreign god. Remember, it is by worshiping false idols. It's because of this that Yahweh decided to punish the Jews. Okay, so the Jews must only worship Yahweh. All right, so this is their interpretation of monotheism. So as you can see, there are certain traditions about the Jews that was created during the Persian Empire in order to facilitate Persia's control of the Levant. But these traditions, because they are encoded in the Bible, they stay with us even today. But not only that, but by reading the Bible carefully and understand how to connect the Bible to historical development, you can now figure out how Israel will develop over the next 10, 20 years, okay? And these are my, So these are my three predictions. First of all, they're going to rebuild the Temple of Solomon. Okay, they're going to build the third temple by destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They're going to do that sooner or later. Okay, that's the first thing they're going to do. And you know why? Because when we read the Bible, you can see how happy they were. Okay, because they felt completed. They felt as though God is with us, God has forgiven us, God loves us. Okay, so building the third temple is crucial to the identity of Israel today. Okay, so they're going to do this, and it's going to cause a lot of problems because, again, the Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest site in the Islamic world. And it's going to create a lot of conflict between Israel and the Islamic world. Okay, do they care? Not really. Okay, number two, you can see how when the Jews returned, they were convinced that they were forced out of Jerusalem because they offended God, okay? So, in other words, if Jews want to maintain control over Israel, they need to obey the laws of God, which means that they become a theocracy, okay? Now I'm not sure if you've been to Israel. I've been to Israel. And if you go to a place like Tel Aviv, it's a very open, liberal, cosmopolitan, forward-looking place, okay? I think that Tel Aviv has one of the world's highest concentrations of gays in the world, okay? Guess what? That's gone, okay? As Israel develops over time, it's going to become more and more of a theocracy, where the Bible is the law, okay? And the third thing is that we can expect that as the Pax Judaica expands, more and more Jews will return to Israel. Look, the reality is this. If you look at the Middle East, Israel is the greatest power in the Middle East. There's no force in the Middle East that can prevent Israel from expanding and creating the Pax Judaica, which is their ambition, okay? So this is just an introduction. But the thing I want you guys to remember is that, first of all, the Jewish identity, it is fluid, it's flexible, it's open. It was created by empire for the purpose of maintaining empire. Okay? And we're going to see this throughout history as well. All right? So, was this clear to you guys? Are there any questions about today? Okay, yeah?
So how does the Persian state control, like Persian control of Jerusalem, transfer to modern day society? Like, how does it still work? Because I think we're seeing like a trend that Israel's going kind of more back to like depending on the Bible and everything. So how does it like transfer to modern day society and all the conflicts that's happening?
Okay, so Persia wanted to divide and conquer the Levant, okay? They're afraid that if the Levant becomes too stable, the Levant might settle with Egypt or another power, and they lose control of the Levant, which directly impacts their capacity to trade and control the world, okay? So the way you control the Levant is you create this entity that is conflict with everyone else. And now what happens is that both this entity, Jerusalem, and its enemies rely on you, Persia, to manage the conflict. Okay? And this is what's happening today in Israel, because who's the empire? America's the empire, right? Israel has all these conflicts with nations in the Middle East, right? They have conflicts with Turkey, they have conflicts with Egypt, they have conflicts with the Gulf nations, they have conflicts with basically everyone, okay? So who does everyone need to manage this conflict? America, right? Saudi Arabia, Israel, Turkey, Egypt, they all require the United States to come in and say, hey guys, let's just get along. We're just one big family, okay? This is all intentional in order for America to maintain dominance over the Middle East. Who's very unhappy about this? Which nation is very unhappy about this? Israel, okay? Right? Israel's kind of pissed about this. So we can expect that over time what's going to happen is a major conflict between America and Israel. There's going to be a divorce, basically. And my argument to you is that Israel will win this conflict, and as a result, Israel will become the dominant power in the Middle East. Because the Jews know their own history. The Jews read the Bible every day. They know what the Persians did. They know what the British did. They know what the Americans are doing today. They don't want this. They don't want to become a servant, a slave to empire. They are a servant and slave to their God, but they don't become a servant and slave to the empire. So they need to get rid of the empire and establish their sovereignty. Okay, and that's why there's so much conflict in the Middle East today, because Israel needs to figure out how to get rid of the American empire so that they can be independent and fully achieve their sovereignty. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think one question I have is about, like, I think currently the Jews stop attacking Palestine?
Okay, guys, okay. This is really important, okay? Don't say the Jews, okay? There are different groups. There's the Israelites. The Israelites are the time of King David. They're gone, okay? Let's forget the Israelites. There are the Jews, and the Jews are people who practice Judaism, okay? Then there are the Israelis. Israelis are citizens of the nation of Israel. It's the Israelis that are doing this, not the Jews. There's a difference, okay? Because the Jews are spread out throughout the world, okay? What we call the Jewish diaspora. And there are a lot of Jews in the world who oppose the nation of Israel because, well, what nation of Israel is doing, they believe goes against the will of God, okay? So Israelis, not Jews, okay?
Okay, so the Israelis is, I think, like the news just disappears about how Israelis attacks Palestine. It's just because previously it was like all on the hot searches, but recently we can it's just gone. The news is.
Okay, look, the reality is that if you read the Bible, it's clear what's going to happen. Israel is going to clear the West Bank and Gaza of Palestinians to establish their theocratic state. Okay, they can't have Palestinians and Arabs around. It has to be completely Jewish. And these Palestinians can be moved elsewhere, to Jordan, to Egypt. They don't really care. Okay, but this process will take time. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any more questions, guys? Okay, great. So was this clear? The ideas in this class were clear, okay? So next class, what we'll do is we will do the Greek Empire, okay? And then after that, we'll do the Roman Empire. And after that, we will do Christianity. Okay, so we're going through history fairly quickly. But I need you to keep these ideas in mind because they will build on top of each other. Okay? All right. Okay, thank you.